I surprised myself that last time. Everybody, please take their seats. Thank you. I am now calling the meeting to order. It's now 10 a.m. Roll call. I would like to have each of the supervisors introduce themselves. District 1.
Good morning, all. It's great to have so many people here in attendance. Patrice Horseman, Supervisor for District 1 and Vice Chair of the Board.
Thank you. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2.
District 3.
Good morning, everyone. Adam Hess, District 3.
District 4, Judy B. Gay, I'm gonna say Housing Director. Coconino County Board of Supervisor for District 4. Good morning. District 5. Thank you. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, we will allow to have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors or items not on the agenda. Individual supervisors may ask questions to the public, but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expressions of all views, we ask that there are no interruptions or disruptions. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments. Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a public comment here in person, you can make your way up to the podium. If you've joined us virtually via Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Or if you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, Chair Begay, we do not have any hands raised and no comment cards.
We'll just give it a minute again.
And we have no hands raised, Chair Begay.
Thank you. We have 3 proclamations. The first one is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating November 4th through the 11th, 2024 as a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active services facility. Mr. Hanichek.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. It's my pleasure to be up here again for the 3rd year in a row for this proclamation for Operation Greenlight, which is spearheaded by NACO. We'll have 2 former retired military folks to read the proclamation in a little bit. But first, I would like to talk about the buildings that we will be lighting up green throughout the week of November 4th through November 11th in honor of the veterans. So we will be lighting up this building, of course, the 110 East Cherry building across the street, the courthouse clock tower, so look up when you drive by, the King Street Health and Human Services facility, Fort Valley 1, where Jess works, Williams Justice Court, Juvenile Court Services, the 420 building where adult probation is, our 3rd Street property, B3 Public Works, the law enforcement facility, Leaf facility over there off of Sawmill, and also the Parks and Rec main admin building. So to read the proclamation, what I'd like to do is introduce, who's first? We have Colonel Jess McNeely, retired, and then we also have Major and Supervisor Adam Hess.
Go ahead, proceed.
Good morning, Chair Begay and Supervisors. This is a lot more fun to be here in the morning doing this than what we're usually doing in the evening, right? Thank you. So this is a Coconino County proclamation designating November 4th through 11th, 2024 as a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Whereas the residents of Coconino County have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all the men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contribution and sacrifices of those who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens, and whereas Coconino County seeks to honor individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all, and whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, religious groups, civil service, and by functioning as county veteran service officers in 29 states to help fellow service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. And
Whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually. And whereas an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition to the civilian life in the near future. And whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of the service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military life. And whereas active military service members transitioning from military service are at a high risk of suicide during their first year after military service. And whereas Coconino County appreciates the sacrifice of our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Therefore, be it resolved with designation as a green light for Veterans County, Coconino County hereby declares November 4th through the 11th, 2024, a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Be it further resolved that in observance of Operation Green Light, Coconino County encourages its citizens in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying green lights in a window of their place of business or residence from November 4th through the 11th, 2024.
Thank you.
Make the motion, asking.
May I have a motion at this time?
All right, back at my normal desk.
So moved.
Hold on. I'd like to make a motion to consider the possible action to approve the proclamation of designating November 4th through 11th, 2024 as a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service.
May I have it again?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries. Next item on, and do you guys want to have a photo op? Anything? Yes. Well, come on, board. Yes.
Okay.
Real
We can
quick.
do it.
Come on. Next item on the agenda is consideration possible action to approve a proclamation recognizing November 24th as Native American Heritage Month. And this one will be read by Jennifer Yazzie and Francine Honani.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Marina with Human Resources. I just wanted to introduce both of these amazing readers that you're going to hear right now. We have Jennifer Yazzie from the County Attorney's Office and Francine Hunani from IT. So we'll get it going. Yata Epene, Madam Chair, board members. Shay Jennifer Yazzie and Ashia. Twohanisha Tachini Bashachin, Shacheki Ani, Dashanale Kitlachini. Then Hotso de Nasha. My name is Jennifer Yazzie. I'm of the Nearwater clan, born for the red streak running to the water people. My grandfathers are Towering House and Red House people. And I'm the executive assistant to County Attorney Emmett Barker and Deputy Chief Michael Tenick. And I will be reading this with Francine Hunani. I'll let her introduce herself.
Nakwang talawa askuing mapel tubao tuti nu Francine yan matiwa nu kalwangwa nu songok pang sino nu IT department FW 17 years after malata. My name is Francine Honani. I'm from the village of Songopavi. I'm from the Sun for Head clan, and I've worked for the IT service department for 17 years.
Okay. I'm so short, sorry. Whereas Native American Heritage Month is a time to honor and recognize the rich cultures and traditions of Native Americans, both before and throughout the history of the United States. And whereas long before the establishment of the United States, the Native American people stewarded these lands with prayers and reverence. And it is important to raise awareness of the hardships faced by Native American communities, including the historic injustices of displacement, assimilation, and discrimination, as well as the continuing challenges they face in preserving their languages, cultures, and sovereignty.
Whereas Native Americans were the original inhabitants of the land that is now known as Coconino County, and their deep knowledge of the natural world has shaped and enhanced our understanding of our environment and sustainable living practices. And whereas Coconino County is home to the Havasupai, Hopi, Wallapai, Kaibet Paiute, San Juan, Southern Paiute tribes, and the Navajo Nation. And the name Coconino is derived from Punina, the Hopi word for Havasupai and Yavapai, such that our country's name represents more than one group of people. And
whereas Native Americans have significantly contributed to the social, political, economic, and cultural development of this nation, including serving as leaders, innovators, and members of the armed forces, including the Navajo talkers who, during World War II, sent messages in a code derived from the Navajo language that were instrumental in saving lives and led to a faster Allied victory. And whereas Native American Heritage Month offers an opportunity to learn from the resilience and strength of Native American tribes, communities, and individuals whose histories and traditions are deeply woven into the fabric of our nation. And
now therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of honoring Native Americans across the country, including the 6 tribes living on land that is now also Coconino County, we do hereby recognize November 2024 as Native American Heritage Month and encourage all residents to join us in expanding our knowledge of the true history of the Native Americans of this great land.
like to have Arena come up and talk about some of the events that's going to be happening.
Hello, hi everyone. Chair and members of the board, we do have a variety of different events for Native American Heritage Month, starting with a Wilma Mankiller documentary, the Navajo Code Talkers, Stolen Spirits, American Indian Boarding Schools, 1950s relocation interviews, which was very interesting to watch, by the way. Power of Poetry with Joy Harjo and Deb Holland. We do have an employee panel that talks about how Indigenous you are at work, which is really an interesting topic. We did it last year, but I think it'll be even more fun this year. And to conclude the month, we're doing a conversation with astronaut John Harrington, who, if you didn't know, is the first Native American in space. We are also doing a book club. So we're reviving that. We're reading the book Never Whistle at Night, an Indigenous dark fiction anthology. And Jennifer Yazzie was really instrumental in putting that together and will be leading that. So we're really excited to have a book club again. But yeah, that's what we have going on for this month, and look forward to seeing all of you at our different events. And that way we can celebrate for Native American Heritage Month. Thanks.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to have a motion.
I move that we approve this proclamation, Native American Heritage Month.
There a second?
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler and second by Supervisor Horseman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I so sorry we didn't get a chance to have the board say anything, the last proclamation, but I would like to give this opportunity if they wish to have a comment at this time. Yeah. Well, probably,
Sure.
yes, go ahead.
If I may. I was very proud to read that, and thank you, Tom, for bringing that up to allow me to read that. Jess and I both appreciate that. It's not often leaders from the military get to kind of toot our own horn and talk about it, but this is such an important event. I mean, transitioning, I'm almost done with my year of transitioning, so I'm still in that window. But I'm doing good. Everyone around me has shown so much love, and I think that's the most important. That's one of my goals as a supervisor, is to make sure I reach out to all those transitioning and all those prior service. And I have a very bright green light on my house, and I gave one to my parents. So I appreciate you bringing this to us, and we're going to have it shown. I've got 2 extra bulbs. If any of the board members want them, they're the brightest ones Amazon makes, I think. So good luck with that. The neighbors will appreciate it. But no, again, thank you so much for bringing it to us. And this is something that Coconino County has done a very good job at showing support for everything. This is an important month, and we'll get to talk about the other 2 next. But thank you very much, board, for hearing us out on that.
Anyone else? Supervisor Horseman?
I would love one of your green light bulbs. So, and we'll be happy to put it up proudly. And for all that have served, it is certainly an honor to recognize the transition from service to civilian life, and appreciate all of your service. So thank you so much. And thank you, Adam. And thank you, Jess. And really appreciate you bringing this forward.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the proclamation. It's good to see about the green lights. Excited to see them around town at the different buildings, and just recognizing the service of folks and saying thank you, and to really highlight the need to make connections with resources and make sure that people feel connected home. And so again, just thank you for your service, and thank you for this proclamation.
Thank you. I would always also like to say thank you, and it's always an honor, to have resolutions come before the board, or proclamations. And I think that, all of us are, very involved a lot in various aspects of the proclamations that come through. And certainly, we just lost another uh, co-talker, Herman Kensel. And so we only probably have a very, very few left, with that's with the Navajo code talkers, and they did save, and they sacrificed, and they did save, lives along the way. So, and each and every one of us have a veteran in our home, whether it be your parents, your brothers, your sisters, your niece, nephews, others, and your children. So I just want to say thank you for all their services, because it a lot of us are here because of them and for their protection and their sacrifices. So I just want to say thank you so much, for being there and part of all being a family. It's a family all together, veterans, and there's a lot of events that go on, where we try to reach out and then also attend all the veteran events, from the county. So because we hold them dear to our heart. So thank you, Adam, and others here that have served. So thank you so much. Supervisor Fowler, would you like to say something?
Yeah, thank you. We just have to do more. That's all there is to it, because there's so many that don't even know what kind of programs are available. There's some transition programs now, when in the military, but I just wonder sometimes if they even know what the transition is, and if they even know what it's like to be outside of the military that are providing those programs. So, so anyway, even at the national level, within National Counties Association, with the military committee there, we talk about it, and there's a lot of communication between the civilian world services and like home assistance, energy assistance, any kind of assistance job. There's a disconnect between the job services, workforce development, and the military. Got to bring those together. So I just really thank you for bringing this to light, this transition program that needs to happen. And we just have to help our military when they come out, because they're totally at loss. Their security blanket has just been thrown off of them. Now they're just out there in the cold without their uniform, without the backpack, and without the friendship and the encouragement and the rank that they once had, especially the young ones that are coming out. So anyway, I just want to thank the Adam and Tom and Jess for bringing this and really supporting your military comrades, your military other militaries that are coming out of the military. Just want to thank you for your thoughtful and just bring this awareness to the public. And if we can maybe put a better program together, then I think we could really reach out to them. Thank you.
Thank you. For the next item, are there any board comments? Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, so before we move on, we definitely want to recognize the proclamation for Native American Heritage Month, and really glad we did so. Thank you for reading the proclamation. It's so important that we recognize all the different inhabitants, especially the original inhabitants of the area that is now Coconino County. So thank you for that and bringing your language and your culture to that proclamation, because it's so important that we continue to recognize and we continue to give every culture that lives in Coconino County the opportunity to have the highlight and the spotlight. And so I really hope can make some of the events that'll be happening, and hope the community will come in and learn and experience some of these different events, because it's so important to learn about each other's cultures so that we can better know each other and understand each other and care for each other, because we know where you come from, what you believe in, what's important to you. And that happens through spending time together in our own cultural context. So Again, thank you for proclamation. Look forward to the month. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, thanks again. Great proclamation. And we do this every year in recognition that Coconino County is certainly a land of diversity, not just in our landscapes, but in our people and our cultures. The six tribal nations that are part of Coconino County have certainly added to the richness of our communities and the richness of our understanding, and have contributed to make us the great county which we are, and such a wonderful place to live. So thank you for the proclamation. It is so important that we recognize all that make our communities such a wonderful place, and really appreciate you reading this proclamation. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman, any other comments? Supervisor Hess?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is good. I really appreciate it. I got to attend the city's Indigenous People Day on the 14th. So that was very interesting. I got to learn a lot, got to hear a lot of people talk about how they're coming together to support each other, and even down to small business owners. I also got a trip. My daughter's playing volleyball, and we went up to many farms, and I was talking to the athletic director. I was coming home late at night, and he made sure to tell me not to whistle. So I'm going to definitely check in, and I need more knowledge on that. I want to make sure, keep everyone safe and don't upset that. So I definitely, you read that? Is that what the book you read was, The Never Whistle, or? Oh, okay. Just don't do it. Okay. Anytime. But that's right. So I'm gonna research that more and hear it out. And so I'm really excited. Thank you again for bringing that up. I think it's very important that we support everyone in Coconino County, and as Supervisor Vasquez said, the original inhabitants. So this is very good. Thank you for reading that, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. Supervisor Fowler?
Um, sometimes I think it's like, sometimes I think, it's, I guess it's good that we do have these proclamations and recognize the Native Americans. We're the original inhabitants. We're the original, this is our homelands. Sometimes it makes it sound like we're the ones that are the visitors. We're not. We're the ones that took care of this land and didn't kill off all the animals. We didn't bring harm to our homelands. Today, climate change and everything we're trying to do to save this endangered species, or we have Endangered Species Act. We're trying to save our land. And that's all the foreigners that came. They're the ones that did that. They're the ones that was trying to wipe off anybody that didn't look like them. So when we write proclamations, let's just not write it as though we're putting sweet jam on dried burnt toast. We're here. We speak our language. We're still full bloods. We still know where we came from. We have our language. We have our way of doing things, our way of thinking, our way of prayer, ceremony. So even, I think that even applies to military, because it applies to all people. Let's really think about our history and not try to wipe the history out. This is our history. And we talk about boarding school. It's really painful times. And people are still dealing with that today. The trauma, historical trauma is real. And so glad that we have this proclamation. We have some education that we're going to do and be able to have an open mind to learn about other people, to not say that this history didn't happen. It did happen. Smallpox blankets have wiped out most of the Native Americans that lived on this land, thrived on this land, that laughed and prayed and played and raised their family on this land. They're gone. Native Americans only been Native citizens or actual citizens of the United States only 100 years now, because we were denied citizenship. But Native Americans really didn't want to be citizens on their own homelands. So it's still a debate today. So anyway, with the right to vote in 1924 and being able to run for office, today I encourage all natives and everyone out there to vote. Our sovereignty is at stake. Our sacred lands are at stake. Our language and who we are is at stake. So vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena, for giving my speech. But I remember my mom, when my dad, my grandparents telling us, how they went to the boarding school and if they ran away from the boarding school for some reason, they miss home, they want to go home. When they got back, they were shaved bald on their head. Even girls, my mom says, this is probably why I have so much hair, because I always took off from the boarding school, and they always had to shave my head bald, she says. But anyway, and then using those, I remember, Lena, using bar soap that were white, this big and about that thick. Anytime you said something that they didn't like you to say in the school system, they took a chunk of that and put it in your mouth. And you feel all that soapy, foamy stuff just coming out of your mouth. But that didn't stop anybody. They kept going on. They were rich in livestock. They were rich at home with so many kids. And to this day, that's how a lot of us, our kids don't know that these happen. So a lot of education has to be done, so that they appreciate. They're kind of just gone into another era where, there's a lot of phones and, they're sitting at the table, and not even having quality time. But back at that time, you also sat around on the floor. You just put a piece of material on the floor and put food on the floor, and everybody just got their bread, and they all dipped in one pan. And that's how we were raised. Running water, no running water, no electricity, using kerosene lamp, candle lights off of sheep fat. I always wonder how we went to school, how we smell going to school with that. But those are things that we will never forget. I will never forget, because I was part of that era, probably in the middle. And so I teach my kids nowadays that, don't be wasteful. This is how we were raised. We didn't have washing machines either, and so there's so much that we've endured as Native Americans, indigenous people, and they, and this, I think that's the reason why it makes us strong nowadays. Sometimes we get a little feisty, but that's something that we, in return, I guess that's what, has come about. But I just want to say that it's good to have these type of proclamations coming in, and to acknowledge, a lot that we're all here. We're all five-finger people, and, we're here. And I like it when I go to places that we go to do the land acknowledgement. That means a lot to me personally. So I just want to say thank you for your understanding. Thank you for being a part of us, and we part of you. And, we're all here. And that's why it's important to have these type of proclamations coming in, so that we better understand one another and learn from one another. So thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda is, we did all the proclamations, consent agenda.
So Chair, I'm happy to introduce,
Do you like a photo? Yeah, we'll do the photo and then we'll go into the next item.
okay, Chair, I am happy to introduce the next one if that.
We'll go ahead and, okay, the next item is consideration possible action to approve a proclamation designating October 24th as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I would like to have, Kim, go ahead and introduce.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisors, I'd like to introduce Cindy Payne. She's with the Cancer Support Community Arizona, and she's joined us here today to read the proclamation. As soon as looks like she also brought some other goodies she's handing out. Turn
Thank
it over
you.
to Cindy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your support and your partnership of Cancer Support Community Arizona here in Northern Arizona, and for the invitation to read this proclamation this morning. Designating October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and Coconino County stands in solidarity with the courageous men and women who have been diagnosed with breast cancer and honor those who have lost their battle with this terrible disease. And whereas breast cancer affects both women and men, and for women in the United States, there is a 1 in 8 chance of developing breast cancer over their lifetime. And whereas breast cancer has impacted so many families, with about 4 million breast cancer survivors in the United States. And whereas in 2024, approximately 310,720 women will be diagnosed with invasive breast cancer, 16% of which will be women younger than 50 years of age. And whereas it is important to learn about this disease, as early detection is the most important strategy for treating breast cancer successfully, and regular screenings, self-exams, mammograms, and checkups are the most reliable way to detect it early. And whereas we acknowledge and applaud the advocates, medical professionals, researchers, and caregivers who continue to dedicate their lives to make progress towards a cure. And now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim and acknowledge October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month to help prevent breast cancer and increase chances for survival through early detection and advocate for a cure.
Thank you, Ms. Payne, for reading the proclamation. I'd like to take a motion at this time.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Horseman. I have a
Second.
second. Second by Mr. Hess, Supervisor Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And at this time, I open the floor for the Board of Supervisors to go ahead and make comments. Supervisor Horseman.
First, thank you so much for being here. And I want to thank you for the support you provide to this community through the cancer support group here in Northern Arizona. So I'm really glad you're here. I'm so glad you handed us some information. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The idea is awareness, because if we have awareness and we do early detection, early exams, the chances of surviving and being one of those survivors that you've mentioned goes up greatly. So it is important for us to acknowledge those that have died, those who have struggled with this disease, but most importantly, to educate everybody here in our whole community on the importance of self-exams, annual mammograms, and early detection. So thank you, Cindy. I really appreciate you being here, providing us this information. 22 years.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the proclamation. Cancer can creep up on you, especially if you don't keep an eye on it. And so these services are just so important for our families. And thank you for providing these services. And we want to continue to educate the community about just how important self-care is. Being conscious of your own personal health and doing things when you know you should to take care of those things. And these resources are out there, and hopefully we can continue to educate folks to utilize these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Supervisor Hess.
Yes, thank you. As stated, and it's hard to follow up, Patrice, with your story, and I really appreciate you. I'm glad you're here. I really do. Well, and I mean that, I really do mean it, and I'm so glad you're here. You mean a lot to us. And education is key, and knowledge is key. And thank you so much for this. And you got my $20. So you had me at cinnamon rolls. So I'll definitely be ordering some soon. And again, thank you for everything you do. I mean, you guys play an important role to our society, and keep up the hard work. It is, appreciated. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. Cancer is, women's health is at stake. In this election, women, it seems like women is the household, the center of a home, and yet we become a political pawn. Our children, and we have to give them strength and support each other as women, and all communities should protect their girls and protect their mothers, grandmothers, sisters, aunties, because you just never know what happens to us. Who would have thought that you could have a breast cancer? And yet that can happen. Is it going to get to the point where a doctor cannot even check us for that? Because one is stopped, then another comes along. And we have to people have to understand that our health is important also, just like everybody else. Just like the mental health, we talk about mental health, we talk about behavioral health, we talk about, there's so much research on brain injuries because of the football that is very dangerous to play. And yet all we're doing is we're taking care of our children. We're breastfeeding our children, and yet we can get cancer. And we have to take care of ourselves. And our health, we can't, if something goes wrong and we go to the hospital, there's a doctor can't even see us if we're there for the wrong reason. it's just, we're in a pretty sad time right now. So thank you for bringing this to us. And thank you for bringing the awareness throughout the county. And I urge everyone to really think about it, whether you're healthy or not, whether your children are healthy, your mother, auntie, your women, all women in your household is healthy. But you just never know when it comes. So get checked up, encourage your loved ones to get checked, take them in. And so anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the proclamation reading. I agree with all what my colleagues have stated, and I think it's very important. Education is key. Making sure that, our loved ones are protected, and that, we just need to be there for one another, because you never know what's going to hit home. And so I just want to say thank you so much for the proclamation reading. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We are now on the consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
could we separate item number 10 and 15 from the consent agenda?
Okay, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, number 5, 14, 21, 22, 23, and 26A.
What I wrote down is item number 5, 10, 14, 15, 21, 22, and 26A. Okay. May I have a motion on this?
So move.
Second?
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler, second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. We're going item number 4. 5. Okay, 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to I separated this item because, the brownfield projects are really important, and I wanted to just shed light into this important project that is happening, and our community development staff is here. Jess and Melissa, don't know who's gonna come and be able to talk about the importance of this work that we're doing with the Northern Arizona Council of Government, which we, several of us serve on on the council. And I just wanted this is an EPA project that restores buildings, but I wanted to just shed light on on just the importance of this, this work, and there's a coalition. So,
May proceed.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, Chair Begay. Melissa Shaw, Coconino County Community Development. I think this is on. The green light on. Thank you for recognizing the importance of this MOU. I believe this is the 4th time that Coconino County has participated in a coalition grant project. This year, this time, and actually the grant will be active for, I believe, 3 years. The coalition partners are, in addition to Coconino County, Yavapai County, Navajo County, and Mojave County. So the grant that has been awarded is $1.5 million that will be used throughout these 4 coalition counties to assess brownfield sites on private property. And then there's actually additional funding this time around to do reuse planning. A limited number of reuse plans, which is important for property owners that do discover hazardous materials such as asbestos, lead-based paint, or potentially hazardous mold, toxic mold on their property, to come up with some reuse planning. Yeah, this grant will be managed by Northern Arizona Council of Governments. They're the lead on the project. We are a coalition member, and so several staff people within the county, including community development, but also facilities, will help with getting the word out, promoting the grant, working to, once the applications come in, make nominations for the sites, and then assist with the assessment process. So I'm happy to answer any further questions about this. I do believe that the other coalition members have already approved the MOU that's in front of you today, so the county is the final signature on that document.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments by the board?
yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Melissa. This is really important because it's cleaning up old, a lot of them are old, and they're just having to, and it's very expensive to clean up any brownfield projects because of just the hazardous materials that are there. So I just want to bring this up, and I really am happy. Everything that we do is always in partnership. So thank you so much. Thank you for working on this and bringing this to us. And if there's no questions from others or comments, I move that we approve this item, Madam Chair.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Is there a second by Supervisor Horstman? Any questions, comments? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 10.
Madam Chair, the reason that I pulled number 10 is because we are reappointing, I should say, members to the Coconino County Workforce Development Board. And as we've noted in the past, we really look to our community to come forward and volunteer to help us further serve and more completely serve our community. And this is an example of that. The Coconino County Workforce Development Board, it's made up of a group of committed and conscientious business owners here in Coconino County working together for workforce development and our economic growth and training for those entering the job market and helping to find jobs. So I really want to honor and thank Armando Bernasconi and Bruce, and I'm going to mispronounce Bruce's last name. If somebody, please, Bruce, help me. Thank you. That's better than me mispronouncing it for you. And you know, both of you have just been such an integral part in assisting our community, and I really appreciate you being here today. And again, serving, you know, stepping up and serving our community. We look to you and rely on you, and I want to thank you. So please, if you wouldn't mind just addressing the board, we'd love to hear from you. And thanks again. There they are. Thanks, Armando.
Supervisor Horseman, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Armando Bernasconi. I have the honor of serving as the CEO for Quality Connections. Quality Connections is a nonprofit service agency providing training for our disabled adults in this region. We employ 165 staff and we serve over 300 disabled members and families. I'm here to tell you that our population is in crisis. For the last 7-8 years, ever since minimum wage was passed, our members have lost over 96 jobs out in the community. We've lost 4 service agencies, 2 left town, 2 closed. And this is all before COVID hit. So things have gotten worse since COVID. We're used to placing 5, 6, 7 dozen disabled members in employment settings out in the community with employers. That's shrank in the last several years from 10 to this year, we've now placed 4 members. So things are pretty bad in our workforce and our employers. So that is my focus and that's what I want to work on. And I appreciate you guys nominating me and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of the board, and Patrice, don't worry, I know my name looks like it's a line on an eye exam chart,
I just go with the first name. It works better.
Yeah, that's great. I do share some of the concerns that Armando voiced. I will start with that and just mention that. But most of all, I'm very humbled by this opportunity, and a little bit about myself. I've been very fortunate to have a successful career in manufacturing and operations, both worldwide and domestically here. An important part of that success, a vital part of that success, was me connecting early on with workforce development resources. There's not enough of that involvement from business. It was very helpful to me and vital, I think, to any operation that wants to battle this skills gap that have been here for more than 20 years, because I started battling this 20 years ago. Remember, this is all evolving. It's a perfect storm of technology moving, slow-moving responses and education and training, but we can overcome that with better connections. So through my experience on both the West Coast and the East Coast and workforce development boards, and now here in my forever home of Coconino County, there is a common challenge, and that is connecting with the businesses, with the people that need them, and improving those services and the methods that we deliver them. So that is my dedication here and for my next term, if you so deem so. So thank you. I'm very humbled by this, and thank you so much for your leadership. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Just a big thank you for both of you for serving and for being willing to do it again and for being here with us this morning. It's great to see both of you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
I want to thank both of you for bringing your care to the board, and knowing that that people, that we can do better in everything that we're doing, and especially in workforce development. We're the ones that is the phone call, and hoping that somebody will answer. And with that, us answering that phone call, we can really make a difference in people's lives if we're the right phone call. So I want to just thank you for your commitment, your dedication to our community. That is really powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you also. I really feel that, just earlier I made a statement saying it's going to take us all to help one another to get from A to Z. And so I just want to say thank you. I'm very proud, that, a lot of volunteers come and work with us, as a county, and they're out there, taking care of things that need to be addressed. And so I just want to say thank you. So item number 10 has consideration possible action to approve a recommendation from the Coconino County Workforce Development Board to reappoint Armando Bernasonsky, CEO for Quality Connections, Bruce, Principal Consultant Owner, and Brett Nielsen, Superintendent Caveat, for a term of October 22nd, 2024 through October 22nd, 2026. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Supervisor Horstman. May I have a
Second.
second? Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Item number 14. Consideration. Item number 14 has consideration possible action to approve a budget increase in the amount of $29,000 for FY25, aligning expenditure capacity to individual development account, IDA, program donations received but not paid out to IDA Alliance Bank accounts in FY 2023, FY 24, and annual donation expected for FY 25. Andy?
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair,
Michelle,
members of the board.
yes.
Supervisor Fowler, Michelle Oxland is on. You'll see her on the screen. So thank you very much.
Hi, Michelle. We've been working on this project for many years, IDA. I remember way back, Janet Regner was really trying to get the IDA message out there in the community. I'm really happy to see this item. And I thought that maybe this might be an opportunity to just really educate us again, remind us as to what an individual development account is, the program, and as well as how it benefits individuals in our community. I really think that's an important program. And we're trying to encourage students to sign up as well. So Michelle, thanks so much for joining us. I know that this is a really amazing program that we have. Thank you, Michelle.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Yay, and Supervisor Fowler for pulling this, and I 100% agree with you.
Can't hear you.
Supervisor Chair Begay and Supervisor Fowler, can you hear me now?
You may need to get closer to your microphone, Michelle. We can hear you faintly.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little better.
Okay, thank you. Well, Chair Begay, Supervisor Fowler, thank you so much for pulling this item. And I 100% agree with you. Saving now for the future spending is so important. And this is a great matching type program for individuals in our community. Not only can they dream of tomorrow for their business, entrepreneurial, where we will match them 2 to 1, but they can also plan for their education and just save as little as $25 a month. And we will match them a 3 to 1 matching, making education possible for them with less to save now to spend tomorrow in investment in their future. So really appreciate it and thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I think this is a program that we need to have inform our communities more of, because it's you deposit a certain amount of money and we match those. Well, it looks like it's 3 to 1 now. It's increased, and this was at one time that was being threatened to be ended, but this is really good that it's back or it's still here. And I think it's important that we inform our communities and students and others that are wanting to save money. This is a great way of saving money for your looking into your future, for your school, or even starting a business, or just, savings for the future. And this is really important program. So thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle. Any other comments by the board? There being none, is there a motion?
With that, Madam Chair, I move
Motion's been made to approve item number 14 by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Horseman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 15. Consideration possible action to accept the Best for Babies Enhancement Grant Year 2 funds as outlined in the amendment to award agreement Coconino 10012023-1 from Prevent Child Abuse Arizona for FY 2025 in the amount of $80,000 and reapprove a 0.75 full-time equivalent for a dependency clinician and approve a total budget for this award in FY 2025 in the amount of $90,000. Okay, we go ahead. Supervisor Horseman?
Yes, and the reason I asked to have this separated is because when we talk about what's best for babies enhancement grant, the public has to know about this. So thank you for being here, and this is very exciting news. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're really excited to be entering year 2 of our Best for Babies enhancement grant. It allowed us to create our Safe Babies Court over at Juvenile Court. We currently have 27 children in Safe Babies Court, and 70% of those families have voluntarily opted into our what we're calling our Safe Babies supports. And so those families who are involved with the Department of Child Safety have opted in to get those additional supports from our staff at Juvenile Court. The really exciting news in running the numbers out of our first year is that we have decreased the length of time that these babies are spending in out-of-home care by about 13 months, which is a pretty drastic improvement in that time spent out of care. We all know the brain development and attachment that takes place during the first 3 years of life is so crucial. And when babies are away from their parents during that time, it has really dramatic lifelong impacts. And so when we're able to get those babies back home quicker, those impacts are decreased during that time.
Thank you so much for the presentation. This time, are there any board members that wish to make a comment? Supervisor Horseman?
Well, I would make a motion if there are no comments.
Okay.
At this time, it is my pleasure to accept the Best for Babies Enhancements Grant Year 2 funds as set forth and more specifically set forth in our agenda.
Motion's been made by Supervisor Horseman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much for your presentation. Down to item number 21, consideration possible action to approve Highway Safety Grant 2025 PTS-015 with the Governor Office of Highway and approve and associated budget adjustment in the amount of $21,363 to fund overtime and speed detection services radar to enhance our selective traffic enforcement program from the date of signature through September 30th, 2025.
Thank
Andy?
you, Chair Begay, members of the board. I believe Kathy Allen, Angela Rodriguez, and Garrett Beck are attendees in the meeting, so we'll probably need to promote them. And hopeful that, and the
Yep.
sheriff is on as well. So Sheriff Driscoll is on as well. So hopefully they'll be able to be with us online and address any questions you may have on this particular issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I pulled this item more of an educational purpose, and then also to just this is a what we think a sheriff and law enforcement does, which is to pull people over and be able to give them a ticket. And then selective locations. I'm not sure where those locations are, but they're probably, I know that going home, I drive back to Tuba City, and I know when I'm driving back to Tuba, I have to slow down right at the summit because DPS is always there waiting. And then I have to drive like 3 more miles and there's another one sitting there waiting. Then right before Cameron, there's another one waiting. So, so I know that where all the locations, the hiding spots are, so I slowed down. So every time I slow down, I think, okay, I know that's not the sheriff, but that's DPS out there. So I wanted to just pull this item. I know it's something for, it's a radar to help people to slow down but I wanted to just bring this item to light, Sheriff. Thank you for joining us.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Sheriff. Do you have any comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. Yes, this funding will certainly help address some of our traffic enforcement shortages. And Supervisor Fowler, we have found there is a way to avoid those tickets, and that is to not speed. So hopefully you don't get any citations or pulled over by DPS or deputies, but thank you for your support on this.
Thank you. Last night I was driving back from Window Rock. I attended the Navajo Nation Council, and my lights in my dashboard was really, really bright. So I have 2 little buttons right here. One apparently for my headlights and another one for the dashboard. They're right next to each other. I turned the wrong one off. And it just so happens Hopi Police was right behind me, turns his light on, and I'm all scared because all of a sudden my lights go out. I turned the wrong one off. And of course I know the officer.
That helps.
But I had to explain what happened and says, well, you need to start look at your dashboard. He took the time to tell me about the dashboard. And he says, now let's look here and make sure you know all the buttons before you're driving. But I do appreciate that the law enforcement is there to, to keep us safe and to, to check on us. And last night I just told him, I said, thank you for checking on me.
Good.
So thank you, Sheriff. I just want to bring this item up. Thank you.
Okay.
And
Thank
with
you.
that, Madam Chair.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
I have a question. You're saying to fund overtime. How does it look for your overtime? As far as hours over that, maybe bi-weekly basis, or how do you determine that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, overtime is just, it's a struggle that we have all the time. We are constantly trying to meet the needs when the community requests traffic enforcement in a variety of areas. There's about 11 or 12 areas throughout the county that get an excessive amount of speed and accident-related events. So we try to do that. This grant money will help offset some of the overtime that we have when we're working traffic situations or conducting traffic enforcement. And we also do a lot of on holiday weekends, we'll bring in extra people on overtime because of such a large or excessive amount of traffic activity coming up here. So that's what that grant funding will help us try to do.
Thank you. I think Supervisor Fowler is ready to make a motion.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you to you and your deputies for really taking care of us in the community. Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to approve item number 2021.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. A motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Item number 22, consideration possible action to approve a budget adjustment and transfer of funds from the County Anti-Racketeering Fund to the Coconino County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $2,500 in FY 2025 to be used for the Arizona Daily Sun drug prevention education. County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, and we have Sheriff Driscoll online for this particular item as well from the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Sheriff, for joining us. I pulled this item just to highlight the importance of our Sheriff's Department and just that you don't just pull people over all the time and waiting for Lena Fowler to be driving home. And but you know, a lot of your work is community education, and that's why I wanted to pull this, because there's so much. I know that you're out in the communities, your staff and yourself always providing community education so that people are more aware of their surroundings even, and just be able to take care of themselves. I think that your work is in individual safety and awareness of you as a person driving, walking out of Walmart. I think you use that as an example in situational awareness, working at home, looking out for yourself. That I think is really important. And then right here with the drug prevention, I just wanted to just highlight the amount of work that you do in the community education.
Well, Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, thank you again. We appreciate your support. This funding is something that we've done annually through our joint narcotics task force that we have, and it goes for an educational program through the Arizona Daily Sun, as mentioned in the staff report. But this anti-drug message will be available for several months through the Arizona Daily Sun and through our local police departments as well. So we're just fortunate to be able to have this funding source to offset this cost. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, with that, I approve that. I make a motion to approve number 22, item 22.
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Item number 26A.
23.
20, did we do 23 too?
In many of our communities is the CERT program. And this is community volunteer that are brought through these, you know, with community education. Another of the such important project that our program that our sheriff has. And I just wanted to just have our sheriff highlight this, and you know, they're involved in our community. They're involved in our community volunteerism. So thank you, Sheriff, for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, our CERT program is one of the more, I think, popular, robust volunteer programs, not just in our county, but ours is throughout the state. We've trained over 3,000 people in our CERT, and it's a 24-hour training course. But the funding for this comes from the Arizona Department of Homeland Security. And we've been fortunate enough to get approximately this same amount annually to help with our training costs and to provide some equipment to those volunteers that go out and help with evacuations during wildland fires or other types of emergencies. They'll help on roadblocks. They'll help on some of the public service kinds of activities that occur throughout our county. So they're a very viable resource that and provides assistance in those communities. And we are fortunate to have that funding and such a dedicated crew of volunteers to help us provide this service to our community.
Thank you.
And one other thing it does is it saves it. I think it saves our sheriff's office a tremendous amount of money to be able to substitute these CERT volunteers in places of where we don't have enough deputies to provide that service, and we have them in what we call a non-dangerous kind of assignment, to where we're able to have a team of CERT people in there. So again, it doesn't just benefits our department, but it saves money for the county as well.
Yes, thank you. They direct traffic, or they're sometimes the first ones in trying to help out the sheriff's department, so, and other law enforcement. Thank you so much, Sheriff. With that, Madam Chair, I approve that we approve this item.
Lindsay, I think we have this in the consent agenda, right?
Correct. The item was included in the consent agenda number.
Okay, so it's
wasn't
been
pulled off.
approved, and thank you for the updated information. Thank you so much. And we do have
I have
item
pulled
number
it.
26A.
Number 26, Sheriff, I just want to thank you for for purchasing items for our boat patrol. And this is such important, we have our lake pile, and that's where we have our boat patrol, and we have our emergency. These are equipments that are really needed out there. So thank you so much. Another safety program that is part of our Sheriff's Department.
Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, we certainly appreciate all the help and support we've had for our boating program. Boating enforcement is becoming more and more necessary as we see recreation increase on Lake Powell. But even recently, looking at this device that we are going to get this grant funding for, we are currently working a drowning as we speak now up in Lake Kinnickinnick Lake. We had 3 drownings here locally just in a 10-day period. Dogtown Lake near Williams, at Ashurst Lake last week, and now at Kinnickinnick Lake last week, where this device that we're getting is the way to recover the victims on these types of accidents. It's unfortunate, and it will be positioned up at Lake Powell, because we seem to have more of these kinds of activities there, but it's quite an anomaly to have 3 drownings down in our community here in Flag within 10 days. So we can utilize this remotely operated vehicle anywhere within the county. So we're fortunate to be able to get the funding for that.
Thank you, Sheriff.
The manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. If I'm checking my notes correctly, item number 26 was indeed approved as part of the consent agenda. I believe the item to be discussed that was pulled from consent agenda is 26A, and Lucinda Andriani is here to address that one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 26, I pulled this one also, and I don't know why these others were approved, but they were part of my pulling or selection. Anyway, thank you, Lucinda. Really, all I want to, I'm really happy that we're receiving this funding. This is a congressional directed spending that is awarded to us, funding from the Senator Kelly and Senator Sinema. I want to just thank them for always being there to be able to help us with these fundings. They're not easy to get. They get many proposals, and yet here they are, another award to our county we have, not all our congressional delegation do provide funding. These are fundings that are really important, and to be able to keep our community safe and to be able to build upon, continue to build upon the projects that we're working on, all in the name of the public. And here's another one that is with the Forest Service and our community, our flood district. So Lucinda, if you could just highlight how this is going to benefit us again. And this is a project we've been hearing a lot about on the Campbell and Peaceful Way. And this is really going to add to that project and being able to keep those communities safe. Thanks. Lucinda?
Thank you, and I fully support your comments regarding the support from Senators Kelly and Sinema. Tremendous support that we've received in dealing with the pipeline fire, post-wildfire flooding disaster that we've faced, and this is another example of that strong support and great appreciation, certainly by us as well as the community is very supportive. We pursued this because, particularly in this Campbell area, we've historically done mitigation work there, and but with the pipeline fire, that area remains at pretty high risk for flooding. A set of homes there that have been both hit hard post Schultz fire in 2010 and then again pipeline fire in 2022. This is also similar, and most of you have been out there in the Peaceful Way corridor to see what we call the mini Grand Canyon, and you had a representative community spoke recently to the need for some additional mitigation in that area. We have now started construction of the overall mitigation plan for that area. The storm drain pipe, in fact, they're beginning construction of that. Began yesterday. Another 10-foot pipe through that community to provide significant flood mitigation there. And we're really excited. That's the 8th corridor of the 9 that were severely burned. And we have one more to take on Government Tank, which we hope to start construction in over winter is our goal right now. So anyway, thank you for your continuing support, and certainly our congressional support has continued to be strong and hopefully will after the election. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and appreciate this. And, I think the public should know that Coconino County was really honored to receive this congressionally directed monies. This is not something that happens often, and yet here in Coconino County, we've been able to get this not once, but twice, 3 times, 4 times, 2 years in a row. So I think that speaks volumes to the wonderful advocacy by our county and by this board, but also most importantly, because we deliver. And they have seen that we have been able to take the monies and actually deliver the project. And that certainly is been the case so much for the flood mitigation. And I know that Supervisor Vasquez and also Supervisor Begay have been very involved in their communities on a lot of those projects. And I've certainly tried to do that in my district on the west side. And there are 2 congressionally designated funding sources here. One is for the Campbell Peaceful Way flood corridor. And the other that we obtained was for Project 17 and Observatory Mesa, owned by Lowell Observatory. And this was to do forest restoration treatments to reduce wildfire risks in that area. And of course, which helps all of us here, and not only Lowell, but all of us here in the city of Flagstaff. So this is wonderful news. I really appreciate the assistance that we received from Senator Kelly and Sinema. I know that Senator Kelly, thankfully, will continue on as our United States Senator. He has been such a great advocate for us here in Coconino County. And I'm very sorry to see Senator Sinema go. She has also been an incredible voice an advocate for us, and especially during some of our most trying times, and continues by this most recent award, continues to serve our county and communities. So thank you, and thanks for the update on this, Lucinda.
And yes, I wanted to share that the IGA for the Lowell-related project under this congressionally directed funding, that will be coming to the board on November 12th.
Great, thank you, Lucinda. And this does, we've been working on the Rogers Lake and working on that area with dark sky and making sure that, ensuring all of that. This is all interrelated with that, so I just want to thank you for that. Our congressional, our senators really do see what we're trying to do here, and it's not, it's taken years to get to this point. So I just want to thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for bringing this point ahead so that we can talk a little bit about the successes of our county team, flood control district, management, leadership from the board, to be able to receive these multiple congressional directed awards. As was mentioned, as we talk to other folks that are dealing with fires, usually doesn't happen this way, and funding doesn't come for forest fire restoration as much as it has had for us, and that has because of what was mentioned before, that track record, since Schultz and then now since Tunnel and Pipeline, to be able to accomplish the things that our Coconino County staff have done in conjunction with some of the local agencies and collaborating to get these projects done. That is why we continually get this extra funding or this funding passed, because as was mentioned, we have a proven track record of success of taking this funding and actually implementing it and completing projects in a timely fashion. So thank you, everybody who's involved in that, both our staff on Coconino County and all the agencies that we collaborate with to get these projects done. There's a reason why we haven't had major flooding in the last 2 years. And a lot of that has to do with the mitigation that has been put in place by our teams. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda, your staff, and everybody that's involved, the county manager. It takes a whole slew of people to get from point A to point B, whatever. So, but I just want to say thank you so much, for ensuring that, these projects get to where they need to be at, and that you're constantly involving the board, and then talking to us about what needs to happen or what has happened and what your next steps are going to be. So I just want to say thank you to you, your staff, my colleagues, and others within the organization that do a lot of work for us. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a phenomenal team, and with your leadership, we've been able to accomplish a great deal. And I hear pretty much continuously from people in the flood area about the relief that they experience when these projects are completed. And we've certainly seen that, as Supervisor Vasquez noted, because we haven't had a lot of events the last 2 years. We've had more moderate monsoons, but we have had some significant events, and the mitigations performed extremely well. So again, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Lucinda.
With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to approve the item 26A.
Motion's been made by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second? Second, Supervisor Horseman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We are now going to be resolving as a Flood Control District Board of Directors. May I have a motion to resolve as such?
So moved.
There's a motion by Supervisor S., second by Supervisor
Second.
Fowler. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, motion passes. Okay, may I have a motion to approve Flood Control District Agenda Items 27, 28? If not, then
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
I would move that we approve the Oh, it's not a consent agenda. I thought it was.
It is.
It is. Oh, good. I can't read. Anyway, I request that we approve the consent agenda for items number 27 and 28.
Second.
Motion been made by Supervisor, second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Director Vasquez and second by Director Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Health District Board of Directors?
So moved.
There's a motion by Supervisor Hess, a second by Supervisor
Second.
Vasquez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. We are now at the Public Health District Consent Agenda. Are there any items that the board wish to consider separately? If not, may I have a motion to approve the Health District Consent Agenda items 29 through 36?
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Horseman and second by Director Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now may I have a motion to resolve as a Board of the Supervisors?
So moved.
Motion made by Director Hess, second
Second.
by Director Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, at this time, may I have a motion to resolve as a Jail District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Motion made by Supervisor Horseman and second by Supervisor Hess. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We are now at the Jail District Consent Agenda. May I have a motion to approve the Jail District Consent Agenda as item number 37?
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Director Horseman, second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
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 May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Motion made by Director Hess, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now we are at discussion items.
Can we take a?
Yeah, we can take a 5 minute. Well, it's almost noon time. Do you want us? Okay, 5 minute.
5-minute break. The thunder and lightning will be on standby.
Discussion update regarding state and federal legislative and or administrative matters.
Good morning, Chair Begay, board members, county manager, and staff. Pleasure to be here with you today. Just a quick CSA Summit recap. I know a number of board members were in attendance 2 weeks ago. All of the items that were moved forward at CSA passed, with the exception of a housing resolution from Yavapai County, and then Graham County withdrew its transportation funding TPT diversion as well. And so with that, there was a great summit down there. Most importantly for Coconino County is that Pima County's resolution request to the association on wildfire fire insurance affordability passed with only 3 supervisors opposing it, 1 in Navajo County and 2 in Graham County. So CSA is working on crafting that resolution, and they will likely bring it to you at the November Board of Directors meeting. To that end, Coconino County staff has been engaged with Karen Cruz, your contract lobbyist, with Representative Bliss's office in Yavapai County. She also represents a small portion, Coconino County in Sedona. And we had a meeting there. She's very interested in the issues. Supervisor Mallory had recommended discussing that with her, given some issues in Yavapai County. And then Mr. Rossi, who's the contract lobbyist for Pima County, is also engaged in these discussions. And so Karen Cruz is meeting with the lobbyists in Pima County and the representative's office and the majority policy staff this week with Representative Bliss at the Capitol, and even possibly her husband, who represents the insurance industry, Karen's husband, Mark Osborne, to see what types of policy solutions might be possible heading into the 57th legislature first regular session. So we'll continue to keep you appraised of that. When the resolution does become available in draft, we'll certainly circulate that, get input from the board as it goes down to CSA. CSA has noted that they want our engagement in that resolution crafting process. And so we'll keep you posted on that, but just wanted to note that there's some staff lobbyist meetings occurring to gauge potential policy solutions heading into the next session. So with that, last week we had the Rural Transportation Summit. I know Supervisor Vasquez was unable to attend, but you were recognized as a transportation champion for the region. And so we'll be working with staff to have that presented here to you. And so several lawmakers were in attendance, including Representative Neil Carter, Senator Frank Carroll, Representative Biasucci, Representative Contreras, Selena Bliss, Representative Nguyen, Mr. Cook, who will be leaving the legislature, who served as the House Transportation Chair, Representative Wilmoth, and Representative Nardozzi. We and partners, including MetroPlan and NACOG, advocated for recapitalizing the SMART Fund at $35 million, which has been very beneficial to Coconino County and other rural counties, cities, and towns. Lawmakers continue to show and discuss a great reluctance to increasing the dedicated funding source for transportation, notably the fuel tax. And so Arizona has not raised its fuel tax since 1991, and we have also not implemented programs approved by other states to capture revenue from alternative fuel vehicles and electric vehicles. Just to share some information that was gleaned there, 34 states have approved or adjusted the state motor fuel tax between 2013 and 2024. 24 states have a variable rate gas tax, so if revenue goes up tremendously, the tax lowers automatically, or vice versa. And 39 states have an electric vehicle registration fee. And since we haven't done anything, our purchasing power for HERF has declined 66%. So our every dollar that goes in HERF only buys a third of what it used to buy. And then, as you may remember, last session, Arizona failed to pass HB 2866, which this board advocated on, which would have established a $135 registration fee for alternative fuel vehicles. and that failed in the House 35-24, did not reach the two-thirds majority requirement. So Arizona last raised its gas tax in 91, and only 3 other states, Alaska, Mississippi, and Louisiana, have gone without raising their gas tax since 91. And of those states, Louisiana and Mississippi have passed reoccurring revenue in recent years. So Arizona and Alaska are the only states since 91 that has not sought a revenue increase into the transportation system. And according to ADOT, we're facing a $162 billion shortfall over the next till 2050. There has been some talk about taking state shared TPT revenue and then putting that into transportation. But as we noted with the Graham County proposal, is robbing Peter to pay Paul. And even if you took all of the state general fund budget and diverted it to transportation, it would take 10 years of the entire budget to meet the shortfall. And so just wanted to share that information with you, that we're the only state besides Alaska. And we heard that continuously. There was some really interesting information shared by the Arizona Road Builder, or not Arizona, but the Road Builders Transportation Association. 85% of legislators that proposed a fuel tax increase were reelected. So it's a mythology that legislators can't raise taxes without being reelected. And so the data that was shown at the summit clearly shows that legislators who do raise revenue can be reelected.
Supervisor Horstman?
I have an idea. Rather than raising the revenue, why don't we just go ahead and take the money that we put into school vouchers and put that into our roads? Then that way they won't have to raise their taxes.
We'll vet all policy options that may have a chance to
Well,
pass at the
if you do that,
legislature.
you're really willing to provide service. That's
Then-
not allowed at the
then-
state legislators.
Then we'll really have some nice roads.
What I had suggested during an ADOT panel, for example, is perhaps, and maybe this is something we can advocate on, is ADOT has done studies on what the positive impact of investing in the transportation system would be. However, they have not done a study on what the negative impact of failure to act does. So if one of the things we might want to look at is, what would a study look like if we continue to not invest in our system? What is the lost economic opportunity? How do costs increase over time as capital projects increase? So there's some low-hanging fruit to maybe look at how the failure to act impacts the system and how that would play out over a time frame.
Okay, we're beyond now. You're being logical here. It's not allowed out there.
In all seriousness, I think that there is something we can do as a county to advocate for the change, increase with her funding. We need to do it. And, we aren't going to be able to figure that out here today. But I think we do need to take a look at alternatives, and hopefully after November, as Supervisor Fowler says over and over again, and I know it's echoed by every member of this board, it is so important that we vote. And hopefully after this election, we can take a look at this and see what we might be able to do.
Well, thank you for that. And just to, wanted to share some of what we learned at the summit. It is a crisis level. We'll continue to monitor and look for opportunities where we can. The simple solution is to raise the revenues, but there seems to be appetite for looking at other types of more creative solutions. But we'll keep you posted on that. It will be a big discussion at the legislature this coming session, and we'll likely see alternative fuel vehicles continuing to be elevated as an issue.
Well, thank you. And, we've been trying to address this since I was elected in 2008. We've been having this conversation. So, and we haven't had state legislators, they just haven't been willing to do anything. which is really sad, but we continue.
And that's all we can. And switching to the federal side.
I have a question.
Yes, Chair. Begay.
So what do we have to do? Is there anything that anybody can do for the state of Arizona what is the obstacles?
So the obstacles are a perceived inability to raise revenue in our state. We have supermajority requirements on raising revenue, which makes things very difficult to get through. And then there's a perception that any sort of fuel tax increase would have, negative impacts on working families, given the inflation that folks have experienced recently. But one thing that we can do is continue to elevate the conversation. If you're on state roads and you see potholes and you see infrastructure that's having challenges, taking pictures of that. We heard from Mr. Biasucci that his own member in former Appropriations Chair Regina Cobb removed his appropriation request for US 95 in Lake Havasu, and he was able to take photos and get that reinserted for a maintenance project. So educating our lawmakers, showing evidence of our deteriorating pavement conditions, those types of things are all ways we can get that information down there. And then with Supervisor Vasquez's service on RTAC, he's in a great place to elevate these issues throughout the state with his colleagues.
Yeah, I think we need to do something, it's been too long. A lot of things, they drag on and on and on. And, we need to find out other ways to do things and, move forward with that. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Chair Begay. Yes, it was very frustrating. Many people at the summit, policy members, board members, supervisors, even legislators, staff, engineers have all expressed some difficulty with this issue and the need to continue to advocate for the necessary funding to build and meet our infrastructure needs. And someone mentioned that, we've grown and grown and grown. I think our county manager said this, that we've grown. It's time to invest in keeping our system there because we've already spent the money to have it where it is right now. And deferred maintenance just costs more in the long run. So with that, I'll switch to the federal side and if there's any other questions.
I just want to mention that Matt Ryan left a legacy, and really this was his, we always referred to him as a transportation guru. So I think it's really important. This is such an important project, our continued discussion that needs to happen, and continue to educate the state legislators and our communities to help us to bring that to light. I think we need to start getting letters from our communities and other means of communication to our state legislators.
Supervisor Horstman.
Well, I think that using the background that we've gotten from Supervisor Ryan, now it's up to Supervisor Vasquez to get it done for us. And we'll do whatever we can. So please let us know how we can help. Supervisor Vasquez.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So on the federal side, you may have heard before the adjournment for the election that the House had passed a Fix Our Forest Act. There were some provisions in there that would be highly beneficial for forest restoration, yet their administration, the Biden administration, is opposed to the legislation given the NEPA reforms that would pretty much reduce NEPA as it relates to forest restoration initiatives. So just to give some context on that, we're monitoring the situation. We've not registered the county in support or opposition, recommending neutral at this point. In speaking with Bob Holmes and Anna Ma, the House passed this to have leverage against a prospective Senate package in the lame duck. We've heard that the Senate is going to start working on a forest title in a possible lands package, but it'll look a lot different. And we may not get a forest title or a lands package. The House is to leverage its Fix Our Forest Act. And so what Bob Holmes and Anna Ma are monitoring is with the outcome of the election, we'll know a lot more about the lame duck session. And so we're engaged in those conversations. Lucinda's looped in and we're setting up a meeting with Bob and Anna after the election to really dive into what's going to be occurring during the lame duck session. So I bring this up just to kind of give you awareness that staff is aware of these bills, but there is no movement right now on it. We do have Bob and Anna and Karen teed up to give an update to the board on November 19th, where we should have a resolution of the elections within the state and across the nation. We are hearing that if there is a forest title, it'll likely be tagged on to the National Defense Authorization Act, which expires December 30th. And as Bob likes to mention, it's been 62 years in a row that that piece of legislation has been passed. Secure rural schools. Given last week's conversation about the approvals there, I wanted to make sure that we provided an update on secure rural schools. It has been cleared for a hotline by both the Democrats and the Republicans in the Senate, which is good. Hotline basically means that they'll move it quickly when they come back. However, Minority Leader McConnell is blocking it to potentially use as a negotiating leverage in the lame duck session. The hope is that secure rural schools will be tacked on to a major piece of legislation like the NDAA, the lands package that could be coming, or an omnibus bill to resolve the FY25 budget for the federal government. Just so you're aware, last week, Bob and Anna shared that they have asked Senators Sinema and Kelly to sign on to a PILT and SRS letter to leadership that Republican Senator Reich's office is coordinating from Idaho. We believe that Mr. Kelly will be signing on. We're unsure of Senator Sinema. She's operating right now with a skeleton crew, given that she'll be leaving office in January. And so we're continuing to monitor that. And then, as you may be aware, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, which compensates victims from radiation exposures in uranium mines and other nuclear facilities in the Southwest, is expired. And so there is a desire to authorize the current program, but Senator Hawley from Missouri has rejected it because he wants to see the larger and more expensive coverage, which would be an additional $50 billion, which we're hearing that it's too much for Congress to swallow. So RECA will be in play during the lame duck. We just don't know how it's going to move, but there is some appetite that we're hearing for just a simple reauthorization and not expansion of that program, which is so beneficial for those uranium mine workers, mill workers that have been exposed to radiation here in the southwestern United States and Coconino County, and getting those families the benefits they deserve with the illnesses that they're suffering from. So with that, that concludes my update, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Greg, for the update, and I guess we'll go ahead and break for lunch then. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I may recommend that when we come back from lunch at 1:15, we go into our Health and Human Services presentation, given that Gregory's taken so much of our time this morning. So
I thought we were going
Sorry,
to come back and do round table for 2 hours.
so, time permitting at the end of the meeting.
We will return at 1:15. calling the meeting back to order. Okay, we're gonna go with 40, 42. Let us go. I think we're way behind in our schedule here. Why don't we go ahead and do number 42, and then we'll go back if we have time. So this presentation discussion on services offered by HHS and this collaborations across the county to bring services to the public. And Michelle Axland.
Hi, Chair. As Michelle is coming up to get ready, just wanted to make a couple comments. We really appreciate HHS putting together just kind of an overview and an update for all of you as to what they've been up to, and also the opportunity to correlate this with the services that, with Proposition 482 that we are working to sustain. I think it's really important to draw the correlation of that while we have special districts that have funding, we also know that we have a lot of general fund money that supports those activities in the special districts and makes a lot of the other things happen. And that is a key component to all of the various services that are not all able to be fully funded through the health district. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. Michelle, I know, has a lot of exciting stuff to share with you and some updates of things that you've all been asking about as well. So with that, Michelle.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Chair Begay and members of the board. We have Ricky who will be presenting for us today, so thank you. I cannot walk and chew gum at the same time, so thank goodness for others. So we're titling this, "Let me show you the ways we are here for the community." And HHS, as you know, is very diversified in the services that we offer. We truly live by our mission. Next slide. Our mission is about empowering people, confronting inequities, influencing policy, and bettering lives. And you'll see that theme throughout this PowerPoint slide in all the programs that we offer. When we begin to start new programs, we really look at our mission to be that driving force. Next slide. So where are services located at? We have offices here in Flagstaff, which you are all familiar with at King Street, Fredonia, the Grand Canyon at Tucson, Tuba City, Page, and Williams. So we really try to diversify. And where we're not in a physical office location, we do extensive outreach. You'll see our teams out in many places and at most outreach events. Next slide. So you've seen us do our presentations before, and we usually break it down into our divisions. This time we decided to change it up and do the ABCs. And this is taking you from birth to the end of life. Next slide. Animal services, so starting with our A's. So what you see here is a lot of our social media clips. They're pretty cute, and we love our furry friends. I mean, thank goodness we can take them most places with us. Our animal services offers a portal now. Since COVID, we have a 24/7 option for individuals to get their pets registered. This allows you not to have to come to our building, eliminates barriers for individuals, and as part of it, we help track your vaccines. Part of getting your dog vaccinated or furry animal is to ensure that when it runs into wildlife, they are protected. So really ensuring that full range of care for our little guys. The other part that we really are working on currently is education. Education about emergencies. So when wildfires, disasters happen, we know to grab our papers, we know to grab those mementos that we want to keep. But when the go happens, do we have a plan for our pets? The answer is I didn't when that moment happened. And so really trying to think through that. And the larger animals that you have, that plan gets bigger. Do you have friends? Do you have a place to take it? And so our animal services is doing a lot of education in that area and working with our veterinarian clinics just to make people aware. Next slide. Behavior health. This is one of our exciting new flagships that you'll be hearing a lot about over the next few months. This is a rendition from the architects currently of what this could look like. This will be adjoined close to King Street where the cinder lots used to be. And so the entrance would come off our parking lot in this addition here, entering into a large area where teens feel welcomed. It's their space, it's their voice. The youth model is really exciting because it's youth-led, youth-driven. Currently, we're interviewing for a clinical director. The goal is to bring them on around February, giving them almost a full year to develop our ambassador programs and let the youth voice lead the design for the interior. So part of our behavior health services doesn't only include youth. It includes mental health first aid. We also conduct over 3 different kinds of mortality reviews, and I know that sounds kind of odd, but we look at suicide, opioid, and child fatality deaths as a conglomerate, as a community, and looking to see, was there something different we could have done? Is there a better approach, education, that we should be doing? And I'll give you an example. So we found in our suicide mortality that we have an opportunity. People who were dying that had just moved to our community. They didn't know the resources. They didn't know who to reach out. They hadn't established that strong network yet. So our teams came together. They developed a rack card or a flyer, and we're petitioning APS to give that to all new connections. These have numbers, easy numbers, poison control, crisis number, the 988 number. So really taking those opportunities to look at things with a different view and approach it to provide that prevention and education component. So we're hoping APS will take us up on this and be able to distribute that countywide. So back to our youth program, we're hoping, as Tom Hanachek had informed you a couple weeks ago, to start building somewhere between spring and summer upcoming, with the project finished sometime in 2026. Next slide. So part of our fatality reviews is creating a report at the end, something that you can tangibly take away and say, okay, what did you look at? What were the outcomes? And what are some of the solutions that the community came up with? We have just published our overdose fatality report from 2022. So that is available on our website, and we're happy to share that with you. Next slide. Clinical services. You know us all for the COVID pandemic, for giving flu and COVID vaccines. And this past year, we gave over 2,000 flu shots, over 4,000 COVID shots. So still continuing to do that. We have clinic hours currently available on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, no appointment necessary, running from 8 to 4. So if you haven't gotten your COVID and flu shot, we're here for you. We're here for the community. Not only as part of our clinic is the immunization services, but we also offer travel vaccines. So when you travel overseas, those are an important thing to get, like yellow fever if you're going to China. We also do sports physicals, eliminating again those barriers for students to participate in sport events. We usually do it for a donated can of food, trying to assist the community in multiple ways there. We do teen and adult sexual health clinics that allow individuals to come and see us. And currently we are recruiting for our nurse practitioner, and hopefully we'll have a bite by November. Next slide. So Summit Did You Know is kind of one of our things. We're working on a prevention campaign with National Park Service in the Grand Canyon. This past year, we have seen an increase in the number of bats that are associated with the river trips. When you get exposed to a bat, you are flown out of the canyon immediately. Rabies is something we don't mess around with. So with that, we're going to work on a prevention campaign with National Park Services focused on, if you're taking a vacation, this is the vacation of a lifetime, to go down the river Get your 2 pre-exposures. So very similar to when you travel, this will be the same thing. So we have talked to the superintendent of parks at the Grand Canyon, and he is very excited about this opportunity. So last year alone, we gave 146 rabies vaccines. So kind of just putting that back in perspective of why this prevention campaign. And I could be remiss if I didn't say, don't forget to order your free COVID tests. And if you need the QR code, I'm happy to send it to you again or to your assistants. They're great. Get 4 tests in the mail. Super easy. Didn't cost you a penny. We will. We are currently conducting many vaccination clinics across the county. We were in Tucson in September where we had 70 people, and it was so successful they've asked us to come back. We will be back out there October 25th, which is Friday, doing that again. We were out in Fredonia last Friday, and we were at the senior center here in Flagstaff and vaccinated another 55. So super exciting. We're getting out countywide. We'll be in Blue Ridge here shortly, just finishing up the scheduling of that. Next slide. Disease control and prevention. If you talk to our emergency planners, they're going to talk to you about hantavirus. Hantavirus this year has been on the rise. We've had 4 deaths in our county, and that is a high point for us. So really getting that education and prevention component back out there to the community about if you see rodent feces, mask up, air out your place, wear gloves, don't touch it. Because hantavirus disguises itself as many things, and what you present at the emergency room, they may not know that unless you tell them, I was cleaning up rodent feces. So hantavirus, again, is one of those deaths that we can avoid, and we'd like to work on that process. You know, you've seen us do the stay home when you're sick. We're a big proponent of trying to get that campaign out to the public. And norovirus. So what is it? It starts with contaminated food, water, or surfaces, and it causes acute gastronitis. So we're talking vomiting and diarrhea. Okay, I'm not going to ask you what you ate for lunch today, but you're thinking it. But really, it is about hand washing, thoroughly cooked food, and again, it is totally avoidable, but norovirus is one of those things that spread quickly. Nationwide, we have about 2,500 cases annually in the US. And this is something that we worked recently with on the Supai tribe. Some of you were involved in that. So with the governor and in conjunction with many departments, we are getting hand washing kits sent down to Supai. So next summer, we'll have more hand washing stations available. There's a growing concern for syphilis and congenital syphilis in our county. Another area of large concern for our disease control. That number is over 900% growth in the last year. This is a statewide problem, but we have a large problem here. So that is an area that we're working with Tuba City Regional on to do prevention campaigns and just get education out to the public. It is possible with bacillin that it is curable. So how do we know about all these diseases and weird things? Do we stay up at night watching for newscasts? Yep. Next slide. There are over 90 reportable diseases that are due to our office from everybody from an emergency room technician to a doctor to a hospital. So they are required by law to report to us any one of these 90 conditions. Once we receive that report, our mighty team of 2 in our communicable diseases goes and starts the contact tracing. Now we have our epidemiologists join them, but this kind of tells you this: we do not stay up late at night watching for the news feed. We're out there making the news feed. Next slide. We have currently started producing our annual respiratory and virus or flu reports. Those are issued weekly. Your offices are notified when those go out every Friday. So we will continue to do that. And last week was our first report for the season because we are in respiratory cold and flu season. So we are seeing an uptrend in, which one was it? Wasn't flu, respiratory issues at our emergency rooms. So we are tracking that, and those reports are available to you. So let's talk about our emergency preparedness. So now that we've talked about all the ookies, how do we get ahead? So our emergency preparedness team, which is our public health component of this, coordinates the animal evacuation shelters when there's fires and floods. This is when the Red Cross stands up. Our team also stands up and works with local animal welfare groups to help take care of others' animals. So when we talked about at our animal section of having a plan, sometimes that plan includes us setting up those shelters when appropriate. We run community assistance centers, which you've seen us do in the past, where we help find lodging, sheltering, arranging for medical supplies to come to those that are displaced from their homes. We also do reunification planning support after the lights and sirens have gone. We're the recovery phase. We issue alerts for smoke. So when there's wildfires in the air, we all know that smoke affects our respiratory systems, and staying indoors for some is key to staying healthy. We've started to begin working on heat planning. I know it's a little colder today. Seems far away, but it really wasn't that long ago, where areas of our county actually had heat alerts as issued by the governor's office. That's Tuba City and Page got very hot. And so working on that. We're also working on climate resiliency with the community. So what's that? That's a new term for us. So this is the change in climate that we've seen. We've seen the increase in heat waves, wildfires. This affects your agriculture, your water, which could lead to undernutrition, stress, air quality. We also know we talked about the air quality and your lungs and your respiratory system. But when you have flooding, that brings mosquitoes. And you've all heard out of Phoenix, the West Nile virus. We're not immune to this. We actually have this as well. Other diseases coming from mosquitoes, or vector-borne, as we call it, malaria, yellow fever, and Zika. The heat affects our mental health and our medications. So this is part of that climate resiliency, having those plans come together. It's about education, working with our partners, pulling together. So some of the medications that are affected when the heat changes is our fluid imbalances that happen. So we're talking about individuals who take diuretics, antipsychotic medications, antidepressants, and antihypertensives. So really working with our medical community to make sure that people are educated on how do you counterbalance when the heat gets warm. Next slide. Our empowerment services. We provide financial education and coaching offered by our social services team. This is for free. You learn how to budget. Some of those classes we didn't get in high school, or they aren't getting today. At least my kids didn't. They don't seem to keep a checkbook very well. But don't tell them that. But really it's about reinforcing those key components that we did learn. How to keep that checkbook. How much money should I have in a bank? How do you even read an electric utility bill? Because you can lower those bills, and that makes a difference on your overall financial status. And as we talked about this morning, next slide. Oh, got ahead of myself. Was the IDAs, the individual development accounts. And those are where we're able to match someone who's saving for their education or their business plan, and we're able to work with them. Alliance Bank has been a great supporter of this program and is able to assist us. They gave us a large donation this year where we're able to add to this pot and offer it to more individuals. So we're really excited, and you'll be seeing a lot of education go out in this arena. Okay, next slide. Our enforcement and health safety codes. This is our environmental health inspectors. They go out to restaurants. They help prevent foodborne, waterborne, and communicable diseases through education and regulatory inspections. So there's over 1,000 restaurants in our county that receive these services that are licensed in our county, keeping you safe. So to become environmental health inspector, it's not because I woke up yesterday and wanted to be one. You actually have to do either 5 years of education, and that is following someone around for 5 years, or take 30 semester hours of credit and pass a national exam at 70%. So our environmental health inspectors are in short supply statewide. This is a crisis at the state level. So we're working on issues to be able to look around or find alternatives to get more individuals within our ranks, to be able to regulate those that are permitted correctly. Next one. So this is part of one of our newer campaigns, Looking for a Sign. We're really going to be doing a lot of prevention activities, and we'll be meeting with each of you individually over the next few months. And what it is identifying when you should, as a consumer, look for a food license. When should you say, I probably should really look for a food license or ask more questions? And when maybe you should reconsider your food choice for the day. So what am I talking about? So food establishments are licensed through our facility, both for the city and the county. But there's a new law out. Some of you have heard of it, is the cottage food law. This is an exciting new opportunity for individuals with an expanded food array to be able to offer out of their home kitchen, they don't have to go get a commercial kitchen, food that is safe for the consumer. You can sell it. So we're not talking about the plate covered with aluminum foil. We're talking about maybe I want to buy sourdough bread. It has to be labeled appropriately according to the state, and it has to be wrapped in a container. Those rules are under advisement right now. It's out for public comment. We have already provided our public comment to the state. And so those rules, although the license can be issued now, are one of those opportunities for entrepreneurs to be able to expand their business options. This will be a licensing piece through the state, but there are certain cautions, and hence the yellow light, and we'll talk about those in a few minutes. And then we have a new issue that's coming, and some of you have seen them. Our fruit vendors in the area, you're also starting to see at night after we close or on weekends, the lights coming up on the corners selling meat. So these vendors are what we are calling our unlicensed vendors. It is a statewide problem. All 15 counties are working on this together in a unified approach. Our concern is over the health condition and the foodborne illnesses that are caused by not taking care of the food properly. There is a path to licensing. So we are working on that and providing education on how do you become licensed. We would like them to pursue that option. Not sure that's all going to work, but we think we'll have some success there. But the bigger issue is they're coming out of Phoenix. There is the possibility that we are talking about human trafficking. So the state is going to be taking this up with the Attorney General, looking for a bigger solution than as individual counties can provide. So a lot more to come on that. So hence our prevention campaigns. Next slide. Okay, so we're gonna have a little fun here. You're gonna look at the slide and you're going to identify 4 opportunities that you probably wouldn't want to see in someone who had a cottage food license cooking out of their home kitchen. And no fair looking at Supervisor Vasquez to cheat. Okay, next slide. Okay, so hopefully you were able to guess the 4 items that would be of concern if you were cooking. Well, you and I, Supervisor Horstman, are the same. Yes, I do allow my dog in the kitchen, but if you were to ask my husband, he'd tell you I'm a lousy cooker and don't belong having a license for cottage food. So I do boil water terribly. But the other pieces there as you're looking at it, so yes, the dog is out. The turkey, we all know uncooked meat out at room temperature is one of those foodborne illnesses that will cause your guests to get very sick. You might ask yourself, what's wrong with the cat? They're pretty clean. Well, yes, they do, but they use their paws in the kitty litter, walking around spreading those germs and bacteria. So you may not want to put your company or those that you're selling to at risk. And the final one is dirt. We all know hand washing, hand washing, hand washing. Next slide. So one of the other fun things we get to do is alerting the public to recalls. And so we just wanted to say a thank you to our Board of Supervisors for being part of our campaign on unpasteurized milk. I know the communities really appreciated seeing a friendly face that they knew and knowing that you were behind supporting that they were healthy and were not getting sick. So a big thank you to you. But we do work on food recalls as well. Next slide. We have many programs within our family support groups that includes Health Start, Healthy Families, First Things First, and our breastfeeding programs through WIC. Health Start works more in our northern area, running from Tuba City to Page. They work with children that are just born up to the age of 2 and connect families with free resources, helping them raise their child as far as providing key elements of what stages of growth they should be looking at. And all this is offered for free. Healthy Families is another program that we do, but that is here located in Flagstaff with a 50-mile radius. It is a voluntary program, free for the community or for the families, and it is from pregnancy up to the age of 5. Healthy Families is dedicated to supporting families in their quest to be the best parent they can. So both programs are wonderful and offered in our community. First Things First, Quality First is a program that works with our child care centers. There are so many regulations tied with our child care centers, and now they have moved to a STAR program as far as the more stars you get, the more money you get to receive as a child care facility, offsetting those tuition costs for families or providing training and education, and even at one point, bonuses to your staff. Our staff member oversees 25 of these child care centers throughout the county, helping them to achieve those health and wellness points. And then obviously with our breastfeeding program, new parents that are part of the WIC continuum can receive free breastfeeding, both in their home or over video. Next slide. So this is an amazing stat that I'd like to share with you. Over the past 3 years, we had a grant called Health Disparities. Part of that grant was spreading over $4 million out in the community. That $4 million touched over 15% of our population. That's a powerful impact. That impact was small in some things. We had bus passes, bikes, gas card vouchers, cell phones. You know, we take those for granted. But some individuals, you can't call for medical appointments. You can't get a job if they have nowhere to call you back at. You can't arrange for your behavioral health services because those can happen over the phone or for video. But if you lack that basic starting point, that is really a struggle. So reducing those barriers. We passed out over the last 3 years over 20,000 bus passes between us and our partner agencies, over 200 bikes, almost 500 gas cards, and over 1,000 cell phones. Next slide. So we like to get around in the community. We love being at health fairs. We love providing outreach services. Last year, we were in the following locations: Fredonia, Page, Loop, Tuba City, Moenkopi, Tucson, Williams, Lecce, Kaibato, Coppermine, Gap Bottleway, Cameron, Tonalea, and Parks. They were busy. They put some miles on those cars, very similar to what you do. But they were at the health fairs, sharing the information, giving away free resources, or reconnecting to individuals so that they would be aware of at least the programs we offer within our department. We also have another program called Aerobic Winter Challenge. This is getting groups to exercise more to achieve it with points as a team. This is geared more toward our business communities and our government offices. And maybe next year we can see our Board of Supervisors participate. Okay, thanks. And our tobacco team has done an amazing job, as you can see pictured in here with Northern Arizona Healthcare. We have been launching more and more vending machines. Vending machines are these free machines that offer, based on the choice of the applicant that we're working with, so in this case, the hospital or ourselves, types of products they want to offer free to the community. So you can go up to these vending machines and get Narcan. You can get a testing strip, and we'll talk more about what's in those vending machines here in just a few minutes. Next slide. Currently, the hospital has one located outside of it. They're going to have a secondary one near their behavioral health unit. We have one inside our King Street. Canyonlands up in Page has two, one inside their clinic and one outside their clinic. And the Guidance Center just is about to receive in the next month 2 more machines. It does. So injury prevention is our program where we talk about trying to save lives, especially of our littles. We know that children in our county ages 1 through 17 made up 32% of our deaths from motor vehicle accidents. So installing those car seats, or when someone's found to not have a car seat for their child, we give them a free one. They do have to take an 8-hour class when they're caught by law enforcement. Because I did hear Supervisor Fowler talk about speeding earlier. Yeah. but really, we're talking about, avoiding those injuries. And for our littles, we definitely have car seats that are available, and we're happy to teach parents how to install them. And the hospitals call us, both Page up in Banner Health in Page, as well as our local hospital here, when a parent does not have a car seat to be released to go home. And we come and we install those for them and teach the parents how to, and they get one for free. We also do bike safety, making sure kids know how to ride to school safely. You'll hear us do bike rodeos, as we call them. There's walk to school day. Kids can't just run across the street. There's actually a traffic light and how to watch when it's your turn to go. And we're working on firearm safety. So part of our vending machine there at King Street does have gun locks. We worked with the Sheriff's Department to develop over 7 different videos showing people how to put the gun locks on different types of guns for that gun safety component. So those are free. All you have to do is walk to the vending machine and push the number. Next slide. Our medical examiner's office. This truly is a 24/7 operation, as many of you know. This is helping individuals in the middle of the night, going to law enforcement calls, and retrieving loved ones. Dr. Zarnicki, as many of you knew or were acquainted with, just retired after 20 years of service, and we are so grateful to have Dr. Matson as our new chief medical examiner. He is doing an absolutely amazing job. So what other agencies do we assist? Not only Coconino County, but we assist BIA, FBI on the Navajo Nation. We take cases from Hopi and the Navajo County, as well as the Navajo Nation. So we do take quite a few cases. The number of forensic pathologists that graduate each year is anywhere between 30 and 40 in the United States. Currently, we have only 750 forensic pathologists, so we're talking medical examiners, throughout the United States. We need over 1,500 to meet the current demand. So recruiting for an assistant medical examiner is really one of our top priorities. So we're excited to announce we do have 2 candidates that will be coming to Coconino County in November for interviews. So this past year, our team has been very busy. They had just under 1,000 cases. Of those cases, almost 800 were from our jurisdiction here in Coconino County. The rest came from those outside entities that I just talked about with the BIA, Hopi, Navajo Nation, and FBI. They do. That is one of the items that we look at, and we look at in our user fee study every year and worked it into contract. Next slide. So Narcan. This truly does save lives, and carrying it doesn't cost you a penny. It's free. You can get it from the vending machine, or you can come into our offices or one of many locations being able to get a quick training on it and be able to use it. You are protected if you ever use it. that you will not go to jail for administering medication to an individual. Our law enforcement and EMS use this widely when they come across individuals that have overdosed. We're also going to see, and you will hear about it shortly, we just heard, that there is going to be a new Narcan distribution to our schools. Schools have the ability to opt in. Tom Horn will be introducing this. It will come out the week after elections, and schools will have the ability to receive up to 2 Narcan units. There are some jurisdictional issues that will need to be worked out, but this is, again, another opportunity to provide the right resources at the right time for an individual. We know in our county that fentanyl was part of 47% of the deaths that occurred in our county. So to think we don't have a problem with use, we do. We also have 26% of our population die from alcohol. Again, another very alarming statistic. The age groups at the highest risk that we've seen in our opioid report, which is available online, are between 26 and 44-year-olds. So really trying to make up and find out what will get to them. So we're working with our peers, working with individuals that see those individuals. The recovery community is in full support of prevention activities. We had over 260 deaths, with that location being Flagstaff for opioid overdose. Okay, next slide. So I told you I'd talk a little bit more about our cool vending machines. And so what you can get out of our vending machines are fentanyl test strips, xylene test strips, the Narcan, safer sex kits, which include condoms, lubrication, those items, as well as multivitamins and folic acids for new pregnant moms. Again, all for free. And then our newest one is our firearm safety locks. Next slide. So sorry, our sheriff isn't here to talk about reentry and pathways, but this is really a cool program. We just produced, as most of you had received earlier last week, our pathways report for year 2. This highly successful collaborative program is made up of not only community partners, but also our other departments here in the county, all for the means of improving one's life, reducing those barriers, that someone, when they're out of jail prior to this program, would look left and would look right. They didn't have a cell phone that was charged. They really didn't have much to look forward to. And with this program, they're there. Someone's there to help carry them, to help walk them through, that it doesn't have to be scary, even if it's just a warm sandwich and a cell phone charge. So this program has assisted quite a few individuals over the past 2 years and has lowered recidivism rates for individuals who utilize it down to 14%. Compared to those that did not utilize the program, again, it's voluntary, 27%. So we're continuing to make strides, and you'll see with the county attorney's office staff member that was assigned there, the difference he's making. He had a 57% success rate of individuals having their charges completely exonerated by staying 6 months out of trouble, getting behavioral health services. And that is a phenomenal thing. This is the potential for someone to get a job. No longer does a clean fingerprint card impede them, but they have a second chance. They made a mistake. And so this program is very successful, and we're looking forward to what new things can come next year. Next slide. So senior services, we hope you all are coming to the different various Christmas luncheons that we'll be serving in December with our seniors, one here in Flagstaff and one in Williams. But beyond just serving meals, what else do? We provide home care services for seniors based on income and physical needs. We provide home visits, personal assistance, care management, and transportation. Our Meals on Wheels last year had 104 clients. That was made up of 78 from Flag and 26 from Williams. They served over 23,000 meals. Thank goodness I'm not the cook. Congregate Meals in Flagstaff served almost 20,000 meals last year, making up over 729 seniors. That's That's a lot of meals to be serving in a year. And they do it, and it provides the seniors an opportunity to visit, to go see other senior centers. We take field trips with them, and they go visit other senior locations throughout this, well, northern part of the state. We've recently expanded our home assessments to include trips and falls, because as you age, some of those barriers like loose carpeting or a cord running across, Margaret Panotto could go on for hours of all the risk factors that we all have in our homes, but really being able to help identify that for the senior and then arranging for those resources to try to help them get those items repaired or altered so they won't worry about falling. We really truly believe in helping seniors age in place. We're currently going to be expanding our navigation services, and this was thanks to our Board of Supervisors for the CDBG funding that recently came through. And this is part of a collaboration that we're doing with Fredonia and Paige in expanding those resources to our seniors. And we also can't be remiss but to thank our City of Flagstaff and Williams for allowing us to use their buildings. Those buildings are free for our use. We are not charged for them. And it does provide a really nice opportunity for us to collaborate. Next slide. Social services. 37% of our population earns an income less than 200% of the federal poverty limit. We talked about this when we presented our community health needs assessment to you. So what is that number? That number means a family of 4 earns less than $31,200 a year. We also know that in order to make a living wage here in Flagstaff, you need to make at least $97,000. So when you think about how many individuals could that really be that live below that 31,000 mark with a family of 4, quite a few. We assisted 432 families in the past 6 months that had below that income with rental and utility assistance to ensure they didn't get evicted. You've all seen the eviction numbers beginning to rise. We're working to try to help change that outcome. So we're applying for grants like crazy to be able to provide more social services to individuals. We also try to partner with those resources in the community. It's not just all about us, it's about our nonprofit partners as well, working with them. So up in Page, we had the Family Bargain Center come to our aid, offering free clothing, free houseware to individuals who did not have those things, or even an easy change pair of shoes. All those are offered with no questions asked. We also started offering HEPA filters. This was a pilot project by the state, first of its kind, super successful because they were only offering air conditioners. We may get into the air conditioning business, but right now HEPA filters and respiratory and wildfires were our concern. We are providing emergency sheltering for individuals that are recently released from incarceration. As part of the Pathways program, social services went and found a grant to help individuals. So again, spreading that collaboration. They were able to provide over 1,200 nights to individuals that just needed a safe place to stay for one night while their family came to get them. And then our newest adventure in social services, which will be coming to the board here in the next month, is a partnership with Catholic Charities and the Arizona Department of Housing. This was an award that we won called Housing Insecurity Flexible Funds. This is a last resort for families making under 80% of the average median income. That means if you are a family of 4 and you make less than $90,000, we could assist you with mortgage assistance, rental assistance, whatever that need is to ensure you don't become evicted. Next slide. So we were up here a week ago talking about domestic violence grant and the unique opportunity this is going to allow for us to work with our partners in getting over $2 million in the next year passed out to individuals who are survivors of assault. So we're super excited about that, and that will be coming as far as sub-award grants to you for approval at the November 22nd board meeting. But really, beyond that, what else are we doing? We're offering free diapers to youth and adults. Those are incontinence supplies. We have distributed over 152,000 diapers in the past year to 655 children. Diapers are expensive, as we remember. And being able to allow someone to receive diapers every month for free, all they do is have to income qualify, come in, and we're happy to offer those to them. No questions asked. We receive almost 8,400 diapers from the Diaper Association out of Tucson each month. We also launched into Period Poverty Project. Did you know that 2 in 5 women struggle to purchase period products and lack the income to even get those products? 33% of women have missed work, and teens aren't going to school because of those issues of not having the money for those supplies. So we have launched a free period product project throughout the county, and it has been successful, and we will have numbers later this year to share with you. And to finish off in that one, oh, I take that back. We are at the King Street and Page on Tuesdays and Wednesdays offering that free service for diapers and period products. We're at the Tuba City Flea Market on the last Friday of the month, and the third Thursday of the month we are in Fredonia. Next slide. Vital records. Do you know how many adults cannot even get a birth, don't even have access to their birth certificate? Now, the stat is a little bit older, from 2006, but according to the Brennan Center, they published research indicating that over 7% of the US population does not have access or readily access to their birth certificate. Birth certificate is the first form in order to get your driver's license, to go to school, verify citizenship, even to get Social Security cards. And in some states, it even is part of the marriage license. Applying for government benefits, military enlistment, all those things require that darn piece of paper as the first go-to. So vital records are very important as far as the birth certificate goes. And then you need a death certificate to cremate a loved one, to bury them, to claim benefits for the surviving family members, life insurance, Social Security. And it goes on and on. So those 2 forms of paper are very important. Now, you do not want to be found with stealing one of those pieces of paper. That will come with a fine of $5,000 and 5 years of imprisonment. So definitely no hijacking the vital records paper. Next slide. So to kind of finish you off about Health and Human Services, the theme is we are all about collaboration. We're about working with our communities. We're working with our businesses and our associations. And here are just a few of the collaborations we have done over the last year. Rec on Wheels. That was a collaboration with Parks and Recreation here at the county. We went and got a grant, and they were able to utilize it to provide that public benefit to the community. Finding Meaning and Hope. This is a dementia service offered free here in Flagstaff to caregivers. Family Food Center, Circle of Page, all food centers that we help support. Our schools with back to school fairs, our tribal partners at Tuba City Regional and working with their EPIs closely. Pathways is a partnership. We work with Northern Arizona Healthcare with Safe Child. These are the forensic interviews that we offer to children after they have been part of a horrific crime. We provide mini dental days. This is our version of the Phoenix Big One, where our local dentists volunteer their time to the public to help individuals with their teeth for free. The City of Flag, the City of Williams. Next slide. We're at health fairs. We're at vaccination clinics. We're working with our local hospitals. We have them on speed dial. When we have measles breakouts, when we have those diseases, we're working to figure those out and work with the public to ensure their safety, as well as the medications. We offer car seat classes. This is a partnership with law enforcement. Our environmental services work with National Park Service, the state, work with TGen, the CDC. I mean, the list goes on and on. Our animal services with Game and Fish. All these are close collaborative relationships that we treasure. Next slide. So I want to thank the board for having us today to present and talk about all the wonderful programs that we offer. But we couldn't do it without the partnerships and our employees, who we are absolutely amazing. We believe in our mission and truly wanting to enhance our community's well-being. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for making the presentation. I think Supervisor Horstman would like to make a comment.
Yeah, and thank you for this. It's just amazing how much HHS does. And, one of the things, just being out in the community on Proposition 482, one of the things I highlight is just the services of HHS. And, and quite frankly, I didn't even know all the services. So this is extremely important. And, to the extent that we as board members can get some of this information out, nice little, cute little social media posting would be great. And certainly will certainly do my part, and I'm sure the rest of the board too, on getting some of this information out. One of the things that is I cannot believe Narcan and the death rate, 47% of the deaths in Coconino County are for opioid overdoses. Is that?
That is correct.
I mean, I wrote that down. I couldn't believe it. I love the idea of the vending machines, even if we just had vending machines that had the Narcan in them. And, I don't know what they cost, but, it seems to me like Family Food Center should have one, pretty much all around Arizona, or all around Arizona should, but all around Coconino County, just to get that out. And I don't know what they cost, but I'd love to see that. It sounds like you have some. That's great. There needs to be a lot more. And we need to get Narcan out there in the community and easily accessible, and to the extent we can do that, I'd certainly like us and HHS to be part of that.
Sounds wonderful, Supervisor. So the vending machines are anywhere between 8,000 and 15,000, depending on if it's indoor or outdoor. But there are quite a few grants out there, and that's what we're encouraging our partners to work on. We are supplying the internal Narcan to that currently for free.
So how about, like, for example, a lot of our food distribution, can they also distribute the Narcan? Can we get that to them?
We can. We've also offered our staff there to be able to provide that education component when they're open to meal pickups. We offered that. There are a few regulations, so that's where it gets a little
And
sticky
that's
on
what
the
I'm
education
wondering.
component. So if someone was to go on their self to a vending machine and say, I want that, that allows around that without putting businesses in jeopardy.
I really like to be able to come up with some ways to get that much more accessible throughout the community. $8,000 to $15,000 is a lot of money for a vending machine. I don't know if we can use a gumball machine or whatever we can use just to get it out there and get it easier access. But I'd really like us to take a look at that. That is an unbelievable statistic. I have to say I'm shocked. So, whatever we can do to get that out there. And I'm sure there are grants, et cetera, but jump on that, and anything that, I can do, anything the board can do, let us know, because that's got to be one of our top priorities right now. And so that was one. The other is that the vaccines. It's amazing how many vaccines are distributed through HHS. And that's also something I think, to the extent we can get more information out to the public, that would be fabulous. And you have the new COVID vaccine, I take it. It's
We
got the
do.
latest and greatest of whatever's going around at the moment.
Yes, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 8 to 4 at King Street. Just walk in, no appointments necessary, and we're happy to get you your flu shot and COVID shot, all of one shot. One shot.
All right, same arm, one shot, huh? Sorry. And then last but not least, and I know everybody else has got a lot of questions here too, is the help with mortgage, and I assume there's a limit on that.
There is. I will have to pull that for you. I don't know it off the top of my head, but that will be a board item coming to you for approval, hopefully by the November 22nd board meeting.
Because that's another one. We want to make sure that information gets out there and is available to people. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's always a little overwhelming how much the health department does, but it's very encouraging to know that, you know, our county is really looking out for the public health and public safety of our county and our community, you know, through all the different efforts, whether it be public education, whether it be environmental health, making sure our restaurants and our food are safe, making sure that we have services and different programs to help support families that are in poverty or needing that extra assistance. And so thank you for the overview, and I look forward to seeing how we move forward. Again, I would like to reiterate what my colleague just mentioned about the opioid overdoses and just how dangerous that is, and how many these one-kill pills we're seeing, or residual effects where they didn't actually touch the drug, but the drug was there. And so we have to be careful, and that's, you know, part of that education as well. And so we have to be vigilant and work together and destigmatize people coming and talking about their problems, because oftentimes these folks in these opioid situations are oftentimes self-medicating. And so we need to see how we can continue to provide those services so that we can stop people falling through the cracks. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Can you train us on using it? I
Oh,
know it's
yes.
pretty easy, but I think it'd be great to do that for the board.
Yeah, no, we would love to. We'll work with the county manager's office to arrange for that for you.
Thanks.
Wow. Anyone else? Any other supervisors? Supervisor Hess?
Yeah, you discussed having the child seats, and I noticed that you had met them at the Chili's parking lot. How are you getting the information to the parents that need to know that the seats are available, and how often?
Great question, Supervisor Hess. So we do it through a multitude of sources. Unfortunately, the first one usually is through a ticket. Someone gets pulled over and the car seat is not available to the child. And so instead of having to pay, they can come to an 8-hour class where we train the parents and they receive a free car seat for them. Other ways are actually through promotional opportunities. We've done it through the food bank. We've also done it with some of our local vendors here in town. I believe we did one outside of Walmart at one point. We try to vary it to get to the families so they're at least aware, like, hey, let me see if I'm even installing my car seat correctly.
No, I think that's a great program, and that's something that, you know, like you said, those car seats are they're not cheap, and they're so vital. Installing them correctly and just making sure, man, you got to have them. I mean, I'd kill if someone hurt my child. It would be me that hurt my kid. It's heartbreaking that people are taking that risk. So I really like that, and I just want to make sure if there's a way that, you know, we can all get that on our socials, we can help with that also. So maybe push it to us also.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Take a breath. I don't know if you took a breath of running that down.
I apologize. I do talk
it-
fast.
No, it's just, I mean, just the amount of work that you all are doing from, you know, when people say, you know, I don't get help. As an individual person, some people believe that they should somehow personally get help of some sort that tangible. But and that's what you do. But at the same time, though, this is an overall blanket of help, whether you feel it or not. You sit down to eat, you're already being helped because you know that restaurant is safe and it's already been inspected. You go and reserve a room and you go sleep over there, it's already protected. And you heard about a disease that is dangerous out there, or maybe a plague that is going out there, you're already benefiting from it. Yeah, we're not building you a house, we're not building you a pair of shoes or buying you a pair of shoes. However, your neighbor is getting diapers that they absolutely need. The teenagers are getting the self-care that they need, and we're providing education about the dangers of drugs and smoking, and it's so, I mean, a whole slew of care that is there. That is just amazing, that all the services that is provided from your department on, we didn't increase your budget either.
No, we'll be back. No, just kidding. I know. But part of the,
I know. But anyway, but it is a public health. And then when I listen to the news, whenever there's a news about something happening, it's always the state health department. But it's not really the state department. It is the county health department that is doing this in partnership, like with the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation, with the hospital, the local agencies, local nonprofit organizations. So I just want to just acknowledge, I run it down just because I want to just acknowledge just that the amount of work that you all do with a very small staff, and in the second largest county in the country, and yet you're able to provide all of this. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank your staff. You really have amazing staff. I enjoy working with them, and I know that our communities know them and work closely with them, you know. So we have small communities too, where everybody kind of knows each other. So it's really great what you do and all the work that the county does. Thank the county manager, and just really just the partnership that happens out there, just to make sure that the public health is really does take care of people. So thank you.
thank you, Supervisor. And I just want to say thank you too, to you for approving our contracts, approving our growth plans when we identify opportunities through grants. And none of that would be possible without you and then our amazing staff. I just can't say enough about.
Thank you. Any way to reach people, you're doing it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hess?
One other thing, I'm sorry. We had talked about calling 988 and those, crisis lines. Is there something else that you maybe, there's some questions in my constituents that I want to know. What else do we offer? Just real quick, I don't have to go too deep, but
We work with our contracted local agencies of mental health. So those are called Regional Behavioral Health Services. They are responsible for coordinating that crisis response. So that would be like Teros, offering that behavioral health support. So if there are identified needs, I'd be happy to arrange a meeting and get that information to them so they can help us expand that service arena.
yeah, I guess there was, within my friend group, there was someone that had taken their own life, and on the discussion boards, it was like, well, maybe Adam Hess can do something to reach out, so that's you. So maybe we can get together and just discuss that and how I can get that information out to the people that are wanting to know to stop the next one.
Totally. And then we can offer mental health first aid. We can offer some education classes, as well as provide those outreach resources. And for individuals that are struggling, we do have an opioid crisis response team that works hand in hand with individuals.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle, for the presentation. A lot of information. I just sitting here thinking about how other ways we can go out there and get people informed, the education aspect of it, and then also just letting them know that those services are out there. Some of them know, some of them don't, and how do we go about that? So other than that, it's a lot of work, and I'm thinking, how in the world they doing all of this, with the funds that we've been giving them. And so I just thought to myself that, it's you have a lot of, on your plate, medical services, reentry services, opioid, social services, and the list goes on and on and on. So I just want to thank you and your staff, and Kim, thank you for the structure and everything that, took place, and with Axon taking over, and the county managers. Thank you so much. You're thinking about everybody in the county. As our mission vision statement says, we're all county residents, and that's where we're moving to more and more. And so we'll just continue that. Thank you so much. And with that, thank you for your presentation, and we can go with the next presenter. Okay. Okay, we have presentation discussion regarding update on the short-term rental ordinance use after 1 year of use, community development. We have Director Jay Crystalman and Compliance Manager Mark Cento. Are they here? Oh, okay.
Good
You
afternoon,
have the
Madam
floor.
Chair and Supervisors of the Board. Madam Chair and Supervisors of the Board, good afternoon. Jay Crystalman, Community Development. Pleasure to be here in front of you today. It's been a little over a year in the making for this ordinance update. So the hard date for the short-term rental ordinance went into effect, I think it was at the end of June this past summer. And since then, we've issued over 1,000 permits for short-term rentals. We're very proud of that number, over 1,000. Yeah, and as of about 2.5 weeks ago, when this presentation was put together, we had issued 926 current active permits. The number's a little bit lower than last year. One of the things that we have found, and we'll see this in Mark's part of the presentation, there aren't quite as many listings this year as there had been the first year that we had this in effect, but 926 is still a pretty heavy haul. We estimate, and this is a very dynamic number, but we do estimate there's about 1,075 short-term rentals in the county. That number is pretty fluid. What we've seen is that some of these STRs are seasonal, some are rented 1 year, not rented another year. So we're finding interesting anomalies with that market. It's been very interesting. We have issued 168 notice of violations for failure to register, and almost every one of those complied as soon as they received the letter. A big chunk of those were either corporate owned or owned out of state. And the operator did not know that Coconino County had a short-term rental ordinance. So there were 6 $1,000 fines that we've issued for blatant failure to register, and 3 of those have paid. We'll be following up on the other 3 very soon. Before I proceed and hand it off to Mark, is there any questions on the numbers that we've seen so far in a little over a year? Okay, thank you.
So that is, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, perfect.
That is, with all the education that's gone out, and how do we get the message out that they need to register, and how do we identify those that have, we know that has, the violation has happened? I mean, they're like tucked away different places. How do you identify people, and how do you identify where these short-term rentals are?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Fellow, that's a great question. We utilize a software program called Rentalscape from Deckard. That's actually the very next slide. We found out very quickly that without third-party assistance with a software vendor, we were not going to be able to identify most of these STRs, because if you go through the online marketplace, they don't tell you who the owner is. It just has the rental information, so you can't find that out. Mark will talk a little bit more about this in detail, but the Rentalscape from Deckard, The board was very generous with this issue when we decided to adopt a short-term rental ordinance, and we did have a new staff member, Tristan Dowse. He's our short-term rental compliance officer. Tristan, how long have you been on the job? 5 months. So yeah. So thank you, Tristan. He's doing a great job. It's a big part of the reason we have so many of those STRs permitted.
Supervisor Horstman?
And this is good news. I'm looking forward to this report. And other than the failure to register, how many complaints have you been receiving for various other violations of our ordinance? And
Madam
maybe you're
Chair-
coming there and and then that's, okay, I'll wait.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Fowler, thank you for that question. It was actually on the slide that I just set up. So there have been 5 complaints that are outside of the failure to register, predominantly trash and parking. We issued a courtesy notice and haven't had an issue since. So it seemingly took care of that issue. Does that help to answer your question? Yeah. Thank you. There, it is a low number there. And again, there haven't been, the 168 registration violations seems like a lot. But again, if those people are out of state or it's a corporation that owns the STR, which is a lot of them, they just didn't know we had an ordinance. So we issued a courtesy notice and they registered right away. So we've had great success. Back to Supervisor Fowler's question on how do we get the word out? We used social media as much as we could. The Northern Arizona Association of Home Builders, of course, closed their doors about 2 years ago. That was a great voice. We don't have that anymore, but we did email significant amounts of HOA representatives. So we got the message out as best we could just through email and social media. Again, most of the ones that were unregistered are either out of state or a corporation. So it was hard to get a hold of those folks. Back to this slide. So when the board decided to draft and pass the short-term rental ordinance, community development was graced with significant funding to make this happen. So thank you for that. We were able to hire Tristan, purchase a vehicle, and of course had money for the third-party services, again, that we would have never been able to find these without the AI-assisted Rentalscape software. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mark so he can get into a little bit more of the detail on how the program works.
Good afternoon, Chair Begay, Supervisors. My name is Mark Stinto. I'm the county's compliance manager, so I run our code enforcement department. My department has been charged with pursuing permitting and enforcement of the county's STR ordinance. And Jay hit on a lot of our primary points here. The image up on the screen is an excerpt from the program we use, Rentalscape. That uses a combination of AI and, from what we understand, people to scrape essentially the internet and a variety of sites. So that would include Airbnb, Vrbo, HipCamp in our case. The selection of sites was tailored to our specific location. We have a lot of glamping issues here in the county. We use this application to identify some of those. As a side note, understand those glamping operations and unpermittable short-term rentals were not included in our numbers because we pursue those separately as zoning violations, not as short-term rental violations. So you can get an idea of what we look at in our interface here. The sites that are monitored, we can view live listings. We have an idea of when guests may be staying at the property, which has proved useful in some cases because we can sometimes go and physically view that if we need to serve someone or we need to gather additional evidence that they're operating as an STR. So the application itself has proved absolutely necessary for our enforcement efforts and our permitting efforts thus far. We actually use it to identify properties and send them mailings as well. This is facilitating, our renewals process too. So as you may be aware, the permit is issued for a year. Then after that, they have to renew, get another permit. Well, we're using Rentalscape to identify those renewals and then send out those renewal notices as well. And so far, it has proved excellent. Any questions about the interface and what we're looking at, the sites it scrapes, anything like that, I can answer for you.
Supervisor Fowler.
No, they're collected on that site for us. So it's a major time saver for us. As you can imagine, we don't have to check Verbo, Airbnb, Hip Camp, and there were about a half a dozen others we didn't even know existed until we had this. It even checks Craigslist for us, so it's useful.
Supervisor Horseman? No.
Okay.
I was just wondering you have a number here, 381 and 248. What areas are those with the highest short-term rentals?
Good question. So the next slide, now this is going to be a little bit hard to see, but we can see permitted and unpermitted STR distribution. So what we are looking at here is a very broad map, and I'll expand on it verbally here in a moment, of all the STRs that are operating without permits and with permits in Coconino County. They are centered around largely the Flagstaff metropolitan area. So we see the largest amount in the Munns Park area. We have approximately 400 in the Munns Park area, substantial, right? We have quite a few in Kachina and Mountain Air as well. Doney is still fairly populous, but more sparse comparatively speaking. The outliers are Greenhaven, Red Lake. Those areas do have STRs, but we're talking dozens, not hundreds like we see in these other areas. Oak Creek has quite a few relative to the number of homes in the area as well. And Forest Lakes has a few dozen. Most of the outlying areas we've successfully brought into compliance relatively easily. Greenhaven is probably well above 90 percentile. Forest Lakes is almost 100%. Been very successful in those areas insofar as permitting and enforcement go. The areas we're still picking up a few are Munns Park, highly transitional in terms of both ownership and use as an STR, and the Mountain Air and Kachina areas. Any questions about distribution in the county? Okay. So this is going to go into a little bit of detail. I already expanded on this verbally, so I'm not going to talk about it too much. We can see the Munns Park area here, the red dots in this particular case. And this is an example of the interface we look at, to be clear, albeit a simplified version. The red dots are basically unidentified. So they may be in various states of compliance. They may have operated recently. They may not be operating now. They may be operating now. They're ones we're uncertain about. The blue dots are permitted live STRs. So we can see that relatively high density in the Munns Park area. And looking at the Fort Valley area too, again, we've seen quite a bit of success in the Fort Valley area, almost universal permitting up there. Kachina and Mountain Air, again, higher density. The ones we are still pursuing, there's probably about 130, 140 out there that we are still pursuing. Some of those may not even be permittable STRs or may not be operating. Many of those are in the Kachina area. And again, that density is quite high as well. So Rentalscape allows us to identify the owner addresses. We correlate that data with GIS and actually use that typically, but it gives us a starting point. As we noted, it monitors all known websites for STR activity. We get real-time reporting of new listings and automatic identification of violations in some case, which we always verify. We've seen other jurisdictions, and this was, of course, reported by the company. So of course, they're going to report high numbers, but we are achieving a roughly 90% compliance rate, which is consistent with some other significant jurisdictions. Anecdotally, I was at a code enforcement conference down in Phoenix just last week, actually, or the week before last. And we were discussing STRs with other jurisdictions, municipalities and other counties. And this is, again, anecdotal, but comparatively speaking, we've been very successful. What we heard from other counties and some other agencies down there was anywhere from 5 to 50% compliance rates. And we're, as you can see, quite far above that. We believe our hybrid approach of using Rentalscape and a dedicated staff member and keeping the permitting process and the customer service aspect in-house with county staff who can respond quickly and providing the correct tools, in this case, Rentalscape, has been, again, a very effective approach. Oops. Backed right up. So, and this leads us to conclude that as long as we have the resources, tools, and staffing to maintain this cadence, we can maintain a strong compliance rate. As you noted, Supervisor Horseman, it is a relatively small amount of complaints that are non-registration violations that we have received. We do feel we've achieved a high rate of compliance on those as well. We're very good at wording friendly letters to folks. And we've seen a high willingness to comply after they discuss the issue with us. Yeah. So does anyone have any questions for me?
Supervisor Horstman.
So, one of the permitting is to pay for the administrative costs, the costs of the enforcement agents. Is it a program that, because of the permitting and the revenue achieved through the permitting, is it being self-supporting?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Perfect.
Any other
Any
questions?
other questions?
I'll make a comment then.
Go ahead.
First of all, thank you. Mark, I know you've been in the front line on this, and you and Jay, and really appreciate your perseverance on working with us to get this ordinance drafted and up and running. And I'm very proud of the ordinance we have. I'm exceedingly proud of what you and Jay have done with regards to getting the word out. A 90% compliance rate is absolutely fabulous. And really appreciate that. I know, and when I've just been out in the various neighborhoods, it's that time of year. So I've been out in a lot of the different neighborhoods and talking to many people, and I can tell you that this comes up quite a bit. And a big thank you from many people for the county tackling a short-term rental ordinance. And I have not heard any complaints, which is interesting. I thought I would. And so I know that is a testament to what you and Jay are doing and your staff, and welcome aboard. It's welcome to employment, and I really appreciate you being part of the team here. So thank you, and really appreciate this update, and let's hope it's going to continue like this. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman.
Thank you for the presentation. Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, thank you. And I have not received a call from Greenhaven yet. So anyway, I think you're all doing a quiet job and doing a good job. So thank you.
I have one question. Mr. Crystalman, do you have any data on the enforcement of complaints, including events, weddings, all of that? How you're saying there's hardly anything, but where did you start from, and how just numbers? And
Sure.
whenever you have time, I guess you can share that with us.
Of course, yeah. Madam
Okay.
Chair, I'll defer to Mark. And we do have one short-term rental that's been frequently used for large events, weddings and such. That's actually going to hearing this week, I think. This week? Oh, it's December. There's a continuance. That's right. Thank you. So yeah, we have had a problematic one there. As far as the others, I'll defer to Mark for the enforcement.
Certainly. So before we began pursuing permitting under the ordinance after it was passed last year, we did have a couple of chronic offenders where we had events alleged, sometimes verified. We had pursued zoning violations against them for unpermitted events. We individually contacted them. I gave them some special attention when the ordinance was passed. And we discussed the issue, and we have not had a reoccurring issue. Now, if I had to quantify that, we had 5 recurring offenders. These were large properties that were, at least in some cases, constructed, in all cases maintained specifically to host large groups, large events. All but one have been lying low, and we haven't had any issues with. As Jay noted, we have issued a citation for a non-residential use violation of the county's ordinance. To be considered a verified violation under the ordinance, it must be adjudicated by a hearing officer at hearing. So we had a scheduled hearing time, actually, December 4th. We yesterday received a conflict of interest from our hearing officer on the case, and we had to request a continuance. We will be moving that case to an alternate hearing officer in the near future. That makes a total of 1 non-residential use case that we've been able to validate and pursue since the ordinance was passed. Does that answer your question, Chair Begay?
Well, thank you. Any other questions, comments by the board? There being none, thank you so much for your presentation. Good job.
Madam Chair and Board, thank you so much. Appreciate the support.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is executive session item. May I have a motion to enter into executive session for item number 44 to obtain legal advice?
So moved.
Motion made by Supervisor Horstman, and I do need a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Dave Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. We are now going to be going upstairs for the executive session. Thank you.
it's because of, they're working, you know, on our HVAC.
Okay. Lena. I guess we can go ahead and, okay, we are back in session now and, is there a motion to adjourn?
You know, you can just adjourn us.
Okay, we can go ahead and adjourn then. The
You
meeting's
got- you
adjourned
got
for
the
the day.
power.
You have the
We
power.
are adjourned for the day.
We
Thank you
have
so much.
quorum and we agree.
Bye.
All right, thank you, everyone.